Yes, of course. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another exciting episode of Dungeons and Dragons with the Tenacious Brigade. And as always, we always start with an allude to butts, because I think that's just part of my shtick now. But it's been a while. I miss everybody. I miss running D&D for everybody.
Hey.
Quick note, we are missing a Song and Storm tonight, who is our player for the amazing Selwyn Silkthorn, because she has other matters to deal with at the moment. So, she shall be piloted by Nyx for today. But that's fine. We shall get through it. No worries. Am I still on reverb? I'm still on reverb. Nice. Karaoke over. Anyways. Before we start, a quick shout out to the amazing people that helped make this stream happen. The art is provided by Nyx, who is the player of Asher and an amazing artist. And my portrait is made by Kira Cat, who is also a great artist. Also, our music for today is provided by Will Savino as well as Epidemic Sound. Will Savino, you may know him as Music D20 on Patreon as well. And our maps are provided by Neutral Party and Tom Kartos. With that, out of the way.
Yes.
Last, we left off. Thank you for the subs. The Tenacious Brigade, after magically disguising themselves and having snuck into the Arcane Brotherhood's encampment deep within the chasm of Neverwinter, were warned of the Archmage Noxus Decad's arrival and forced to abscond through a portal device within the Archmage's own tent. Upon your arrival, you found yourselves at the Cloak Tower, specifically in that very same wizard's office. A search was begun for anything that could prove that Decad was behind the recent undead attacks, and eventually you came upon a hidden lockbox, which was protected by several magical incantations. Spressa attempted to dispel these but failed to do so completely, causing a pair of displacer beasts to be conjured to attack your group. Unfortunately, the ruckus attracted the attention of the entire Arcane Brotherhood, and you were met with severe retaliation. Carving your way through the ranks of the Brotherhood and up to the rooftop of the Cloak Tower, Ellie pulled out her Scroll of Arcane Gate. And with Siondra's last-minute assistance, you all managed to escape and reconvene at the Willowvale's old home by the Chasm, affectionately called the Crack, according to this map. However, after poring over Noxus's journal that was within the lockbox and the folder of notes that you had acquired, you only discovered that Noxus had dabbled in the study of necromancy, but found no hard evidence that the Archmage was behind the vicious undead attacks. Still on the run from the Brotherhood, you contacted Siandra to meet her at the ruined gate to the southeast of the city, to find more information and plan your next move. So, as you are now gathered within the old decrepit home of the Willowvales, it is now approaching sundown. A few bells before, around just past 5th bell. But you can already see the afternoon sky transitioning into night as little stars dapple in the sky. What do you do?
What time is she meeting at?
I don't think you gave her a time.
Yeah, I
We're just
think we
supposed
just
to.
said meet her at the we'll meet her at the front of the Never Death graveyard.
What was it? The Never Death graveyard or the entrance, like around here, the
Yeah, the
the
nearby
clearing, like it's the south
No,
gate.
It was
I
a southern
remember
gate.
we
Yeah?
said
It
was it the southern gate?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
it was a
the
southern
southern
gate.
Yeah.
That's what I have in my
I
notes.
can't. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What I
And we were
remember was we
gonna-
said the.
Tobik, we got a new map.
And we were
To the
gonna
Never Death
try to-
graveyard it is. Let's-
Damn it! Foiled again.
Yes, South Gate.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Are there like any signs of activity ever since we kind of have settled down in this area? Like, has anybody been passing through?
Bark, bark. There we go. There literally has. Besides the chasm entrance, which was only recently guarded, you know that the only other activity that finds its way here in the chasm are the very, very seldom patrols made by Mikhail's own men. But you know that they're dealing with a lot of things right now with the Black Lake District, so he may not have sent any squads to patrol as normal.
Yeah, well, we did see him though earlier that day, before we investigated the
Yes.
chasm entrance.
And he knows that you are all there. Or he knows that you were there before. He doesn't know that you're there now.
All right.
I guess
So-
besides a few stray dogs, no one else.
Yeah,
knows
no
we're
one
here.
else. Yeah,
There's-
no one else.
There's
goes
just this one small, bald Pomeranian following the party. Yep.
Ray, though, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here? Get out of here! Get out of here! Okay, so I guess we
Whoa.
just wait. I guess we just wait for Siandra. Keep
He's
keep
good.
an eye out.
Yeah?
I suppose.
Yeah. Is there anything else that we would like to be doing?
What are we planning on asking her?
That's a good question. That's a good. Well, I don't know.
The cat might be behind the dark. Well, so
I suppose we could start with what she knows, right? Like, just get a general sort of sweep of like what's happened. Especially, it's been a while since we last saw her. And also maybe why Dickhead was so adamant on keeping her in the tower.
or if she's made advances, or if he's made her look for something weird. I don't know.
And if she asks if it was us in the tower,
What are we doing?
Well, I don't know if we do we want to.
she already seems suspicious of us.
Yeah, I don't know if lying will help our cause, you know.
I would have thought that with her helping us back in that tower, she would have already had an inkling to who we were. So I don't think there's any use for us to lie in that side of the story.
I remember, I think like last session. This is Nick's topic, but like I think I remember last session you guys were like something wasn't adding up with this chick.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude.
It wasn't just last session. It was for
Yeah,
a
I
while.
mean, we've
No, yeah, but
been-
that was brought
yeah.
up, yeah, last session.
Yeah.
But like,
It was.
well,
I think it was.
what
half
exactly
and half.
is?
Like people half like wanted to trust her, and then half of us wanted to, like, not tell everything to her.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
on the faction of like not telling everything, but just
Yeah, exactly.
is
And
the
it seems the
same?
same way.
So
That
what do
not
we not tell
everything.
her then?
That's the thing. We never we haven't figured out.
Yeah, but okay, so if we're just like, if we're going to tell her that it was us because we assume she knows it was us anyway, what do we not tell? The only thing that she probably doesn't know is that we were also in the chasm.
Mm,
But by now,
maybe
she
we
might have also figured that out
Yeah,
too,
yeah. I was thinking that as well.
you know?
She's probably figured that out.
Because we also don't know what she doesn't know about us at this point,
Mhm.
you know?
Maybe we could ask like uh the incidents back in what's this? The ang tawag dun? Yung sa taas, yung Laskan?
Laskan.
Is it
Mhm,
Laskan?
Luskan.
Yeah,
City
like
to the north.
we yeah, we could ask her more about the incidents in Laskan and then like
Well, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think we should be revealing that what we did find out from the
mm.
stuff in Dickhead's room,
But I
Okay.
Okay.
think she's just
So not
like
that.
or not, or
So
maybe
not
not
that.
not just yet until we're sure.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
I think the only thing she'll have is general info then because she's probably just a new assistant, so she might not know much.
Is
With-
she from Luskan? She is, right?
Is she?
Just
Did
verifying.
she say?
Have you asked her that?
Actually,
I
that's
don't
the thing.
think we have.
I don't think we know that. Yeah, I don't think we know
Yeah, I
that.
don't know.
I
That's
don't-
why. That's
yeah.
why part of me is like, is this a line of thinking we would even know?
Well,
to go
maybe. I mean, I guess we could ask her like the extent of her relationship with Dickhead, and kind of like
Mm-mm.
extrapolate from
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Okay.
extent
Yeah, that might
of
be
her
better.
relationship and then
Yeah.
just something that would verify that she is really to be trusted, but I don't know which questions to ask to figure that out. How would it reveal that if she's lying or not?
Well,
I mean,
didn't we? Didn't Kyogen say you have a
yeah, I do
Yeah.
have a way.
you have zone of
for
truth
us
for
to
that?
find out.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like what questions to ask in the zone of truth? Because there are some things that might be true but doesn't really give us anything.
I mean, everything would be true, but yeah, need to figure out what to ask.
Yeah, I think that's what we should go for first before asking her like, oh, what do you know about this and that?
Well, I mean, the zone of truth is a little bit. We could ask like yes or no questions,
Mm-hmm.
just so that like it's either there's not much room to wiggle when it comes to, you know, when
Giving
it comes to
giving an
wording.
answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
Still thinking what yes no question.
maybe well, maybe we could like ask her if like she knows what happened, because we know that the Tower of Luskan was destroyed, right?
Yeah. That
Is that
Mhm.
like common knowledge? Like would that be
I think I went over this also last session, but common knowledge to anybody that's heard of the host tower of the arcane in Luskan was that it was destroyed because of very like people. It's like that. It's sort of like that. There's rumors all
Gossip?
around it. More of the it's like, oh, it's because this wizard attempted to like turn into a god, or this wizard tried to attain power that they shouldn't have. All that people know about it was that it was destroyed because of the arcane practitioners within it doing something doing something beyond what is normal. It's
okay?
Oh no. I think
Yeah,
I
but the
think
file says otherwise, right?
the file specifically says that this is from the perspective of Noxus Decad when he was about to be inaugurated as the host tower of the eastern portion of the tower. In his notes, he saw individuals with water deep symbolism in their clothing rushing into the tower and heading into the North Tower. The North Tower exploded, and as such, everything else began to fall from the debris. The protections that was placed upon the host tower fell, and so it was leveled pretty much. Only a portion of it still remained standing. And his tower as well was destroyed during it, where he lost his family. He was able to escape, along with just a very, very few others. But all he knows is that the Watered Havian agents arrived and attacked the tower.
Well, I guess, like, okay, so one, test if she's trusted. Two is, like, we can say, like, hey, we got the news about what happened to the thingy, to the tower. Did something, well, did something happen? Like, what?
But wasn't that like years ago? As in like
No,
decades?
not that. I'm
Okay.
talking about this tower.
that clock
The
tower.
clock
Okay,
tower,
that's
yeah,
why.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
getting confused. I was like, wait, the one last one?
So we're gonna pretend like we
Yeah.
don't know what happened to the tower
No,
Okay.
I don't
To
know
the-
how. Yeah, I
in
don't
the
know how
cloak tower.
Yeah, because the cloak tower. She's already said she's already gone. Like, was that you?
Yeah,
Ah, okay. Okay, I now
Yeah, she already
remember.
asked. Yeah,
She
she's
did
asked us.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
specifically,
okay.
And
and we didn't give a decent reply. That was the last thing. Actually, that's the last thing she asked, and we didn't reply.
yeah, you did not reply to her there. Also, to give more information, the host tower fell in 1376. Let me add that to the notes.
What date is it?
13 what?
It's
1376.
1376.
1482.
Yeah, it's exactly. I knew it was about 100 years because I was like
100
saying, I was like, oh, the cat's really old now. Because I know we made that comment. So over a century.
Over a century
damn,
ago,
okay.
yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
just a heads up.
May,
Don't
may, I,
approve.
may I ask like may I ask like how old she is, or like what?
Hey, how old are you? Just like
Hey.
first thing you say on the
No,
phone.
no,
Would
no.
you, would you happen
no,
to be
not
like
yes,
over 100 years old?
ASL. No. Like, it's more of like what do you call this? Because I forgot like her description. Like, of course she's a mage, but like the race, the class, the what. I kind of forgot.
You would remember her to have these like copper blonde hair, dark brown eyes, sort of like always tired look, heavy eye bags, but she was human. She didn't seem to have like
Okay.
long ears or the such.
Okay. But she appears to be okay.
Appears to be, says.
Appears to be human. All right. Okay.
Also, if they use Zone of Truth,
Those are your
you might
words.
want to get out of range.
Zone of truth. Where?
Either you guys get out of
Wait, I
range,
did-
or do we all stand inside it?
Kumbaya. Tell the truth.
think-
Yeah. Just truth for truth. To, I don't know, maybe make her feel more comfortable about it.
I don't know. I think Asher would. Asher would be in the zone if that's all we're doing.
Yeah.
I am
There
willing-
would be smack dab in the center.
I'm willing. Oh god, it's been so long since I've been Prisma.
It's fine.
At some point, I'll get back to it, but I'm willing to sit inside it.
Oh, that's a show of good faith.
We
Yeah.
go and we wing it.
Okay.
We'll see how this goes. I mean, we wait for her and then we bring her back here. I don't think we should be talking out in the open. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bring her back here.
So, do you move now, or do you wait a time or something? You head there now.
Well, it's already night time, so
Approaching.
For wait there. Just
Yeah.
kidding.
Come
Yeah.
on.
stand her up.
Yep.
Oh, that's just mean.
Assault my tower and leave me standing, okay.
Wow.
Okay. The party makes their way to the southern gate. It is ruined, like most of this section of the chasm, what was once the prosperous arcanist's quarters. You see skeletons of former buildings still standing there, though they are but a shell of what was once a very, very glorious part of Neverwinter. It takes not too long to arrive there. It's only around like 300, 400 feet away from Willowvale's Leathers and Hides. Proceeding there quickly, you manage to get there in just a few minutes. And 10 minutes pass. Siandra does not arrive. Another 10 minutes pass. Siandra does not arrive. The sun has now halfway sunken into the horizon, and dark has overtaken the day. Until half an hour after you arrive, you see the diminutive form of Siandra shuffling her way towards you all.
I started to have a bad feeling about it.
What was that, Kale? You're kind of soft.
I was starting to have a bad feeling about it.
Yeah, for sure. I thought we were gonna get stood up.
Or, even worse. She's gonna lead the guard to us.
Ooh.
Cheer.
Yeah. Does anybody seem to be like following her?
Roll me a perception
From a
check.
quick glance.
Alright.
First roll of the after the brink. 25, 15,
9.
9.
Yeah.
Okay. With these rolls, Asher and Kerrigan, you look around to see if she had been followed at all. Doesn't seem to be. Steve, you try to look a bit further behind. And far in the back, just like ants in the horizon, you see a lot more people roaming around with torches by the graveyard. It isn't usually that lit up at night, because even though it is safe it is very much protected by the Neverwinter Guard. It seems to have droves of people there, like little torches, just moving about, patrolling.
And we just noticed this now, not like during the half hour that we've been waiting.
I'll say if you were keeping an eye out over that time, you would have noticed a few at first, and then more and more people start to come in. And just now, it's around, I'd like to say around like 24 torches just in and out of view that you can see. They built up over the 30 minutes. And they seem to be patrolling. None heading for this area of the city.
How far is Siandra from us right now?
Siandra, I'd say you see her arriving at around like 200 feet away.
So she's still out of earshot.
She's still out of earshot, and she seems to be taking her time getting towards you all. She seems to be like wearing this brown hood that conceals most of her form. You can see her copper hair and large eyeglasses peering from underneath it, and she's like, her movements, to you especially, Steve, seem like the type of movements a person who had never snuck out before had made. Like in between houses, just like, huh.
He's doing a cronk.
She is.
Oh,
She's
no.
proceeding very, very slowly.
Mhm,
Like the movements of a person scared to get caught.
mhm.
But she is out of earshot.
Um, because well, as soon as I see like I see her at a distance, can I just point over to the graveyard to the rest? Just like and just go looks like there's a lot more activity over there. Wasn't that lit up a while ago?
Any of them
Hmm.
coming towards us?
Not that I can see. At least not yet.
Are we sure
Is
it's
it-
the guy? Wait.
Mm.
Any like signs of like who it might be?
Can I tell from this far?
I'll say with a 25, you can see the chrome domes of the Arcane Brotherhood Knights. near you.
Chrome domes.
Yes.
The chrome domes.
Chrome domes,
Yep.
pretty much.
Hmm. It
Feels
Kinda.
different
seems
for us.
It's a little hard to miss the helmets.
seems it seems awfully guarded tonight, isn't it? Is he speeding up his plans?
Maybe he's found that we taken on something of his.
If he knows where it is, wouldn't be too hard to figure that out.
Hmm. We gotta meet up with her real quick.
Things might have just gotten sped up because we got him caught there. So we gotta make this quick.
He
You might
might
need
be
to move.
spooked.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What? I also point of query. While we were waiting, like throughout the day, did we take a rest? Did we
No, that's the
rest?
thing. We have not. That's another thing I had in my notes. My notes was like long rest, us up.
You have not taken a long rest. I will say you could have taken a short
did-
rest over
I think we
the discussion.
did ask that. Yeah, I think we did because my dice are very low.
Yeah, no,
That's also why
same.
Yeah.
I
We did-
think
we did take a short rest
Yeah,
right at
we
the
did
end.
take a short
Barely.
rest. Okay.
You guys
Gotcha,
did
gotcha.
take a short
barely
rest.
have anything.
Yeah, but
Gotcha,
not a
gotcha.
long rest.
Oh, we short rested?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
did.
think we short rested. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
'cause
you
I-
haven't noted the
my
short
dice are
rest,
very low.
yeah. If
Yeah, we rolled
like,
hit dice.
yeah,
I
yeah,
see it in the logs.
Yeah. We did roll hit dice there. Mhm.
Yep.
But yes.
All right. Okay. Then we should let's take Siadra back to the shack, and then we can figure out where to go from there.
But,
Maybe she also knows what's going on.
Well, she had to flee after we did.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like she's being followed currently, right? Red, from what I saw.
Not currently.
I'll keep an eye out the entire time, even when we head back.
Mhm.
Alright.
Paki, on the way back, is there like a distance, like a distance away? Is there like a how many paths are there towards the Willow Vales? I guess is what I was gonna ask.
You could take any sort of route from. Well, looking at the map right now, it's either from the
Or like,
south.
what, is there like a
Yeah, go ahead.
a main one from the
Graveyard.
graveyard? Is what I'm asking more.
Yes, it's
Yes.
this.
Is there a main like route?
Mhm. You would know that this is the main route, essentially. Just this stretch of road, because it's also the most unbroken from the chasm.
Okay.
Like, other paths are definitely there for sure. Like, you could come from the House of Knowledge, because there's a small gate
Actually,
there.
That's okay. Yeah, the one I just need to know is the one closest to the Willow Vales.
Yes. Yes, but directly west of where you are, essentially.
Okay. And how far is that from the Willow Vales? Like how many? I'll just measure it, I guess. No. I mean, actually, that's not what. Okay.
Mhm.
So I need to check something.
Sure. So, with that, Siandra approaches you all and sees you all huddled around the abandoned southern gate. And in a low whisper, she goes, Is it safe? Are,
Or the
are you
ship.
who are you who I think you are?
Before anything else, then like Ellie like takes a hold of her staff and then taps the ground, and then like a wave of light, like just really like a dim light, I suppose, like reverberates and to the ground, and she uses this.
Detect magic.
Yeah.
Within 30 feet of you, if you sense magic in this way, it's action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the air that bears magic. And you learn its school of magic, if any. Looking around, around Siandra specifically, she does seem to have an element of magic around her side, sort of like yay long, in the shape of like a wand inside her cloak.
Well, looks like she's clear. Nothing's looking at us, hearing us, anything.
All right.
Right, let's get to cover first. Not
Yeah, let's get
really-
moving.
Not really good to stay standing around here.
Yeah, let's go.
We look for a cover, I guess. Not the place we're staying, but at least a cover.
Oh, we're not. Wait, we're not
Not going-
taking her back to the
Wait,
Willvales?
Oh,
That
Yeah.
oh, oh, we were picking her up. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought we'd been.
Well,
Okay, sure.
we're kind of out in the open right now.
yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
We'll
Okay.
answer all the we'll answer your questions, but yeah, let's get out of the streets first.
Okay.
All right. I have a lot of questions for you all. I hope you can answer them.
What do we? But Brigade says it's in a low whisper.
She follows you as you bring her to the abandoned home.
Red,
Yes.
on the way back, right at this intersection.
Yeah.
Steve's going to use this.
Alarm. Range 30 feet in a 20-foot cube. Yeah, you could probably set one like road
Yeah, like-
per cast of like alarm
Yeah, yeah.
towards there.
No, that's why I asked. I want this main road. This is the one that seems to be the main path.
Yes. So we can draw that a bit. Let's use green for
Yeah,
that.
just as a mental ping. I can draw it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Let me write that in my
As a
notes.
mental ping.
Alarm set along West Road to Willowvale. Okay.
Yeah, mental ping.
With that now set, you continue your way to the Willowvale's Leathers and Hides. Just a few more minutes of walking, and you arrive there with no issue. She did not seem to be followed to that point. Upon arrival in the old home, you find yourselves in the living room where Aral hosted you all as his father was recovering. There are no such. There's not much remaining here, just a few seats that you could make use of, but they look like they could probably break at any moment. But as you know, you can rest here for a bit and gather yourselves. What do you do?
So, how have things been in the city? There's been quite a commotion from what we're hearing.
She puts down her hood and goes, they're looking for the people that attacked the cloak tower. Along with the Arcane Brotherhood Knights, the Neverwinter Guard has been alerted as well and have been helping in their own way, patrolling the streets. Though everybody from within the cloak tower is on high alert. I'm not sure if the Archmage... I don't know where he is right now, but I'm sure that he's also searching. And he may find us if we stay too long. I think we need to leave the city. The longer we stay here, the easier it is for them to find us. And I know that the Archmage has the means of... whatever magics he could use. But I wasn't sure if it was... I made a rash decision and now everything's gone to frick. Was it... What... Why did you people do that? You were all disguised, but... I had a feeling it was you. I mean, who else would go into the cloak tower and attack and kill people? And then I
Give me
heard...
an insight check.
Roll an insight check.
Just trying to get a
Yeah,
general
ditto.
Insight check.
vibe of like.
Wait,
We want to know about her vibes.
Yeah.
Yay!
Vibe check.
Is she producing
Insight
sexy
vibe
vibes?
check.
what
Hey.
check? Wait.
Vibe,
Insight.
vibe.
Vibe check.
Vibe.
I don't think that's in the note. I don't think that's in the system. Maybe 6th edition when you get to it.
We don't
Vibe
need
check.
a vibe rater.
No! No. So, is this all the inside checks that you people will be doing? 18, 12, 20.
Is... Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, he torched a guy.
Y'all did torch people.
Yeah.
So, 18, 12, 2014. Asher and Ellie, you tried to get a beat on her. She seems genuinely frustrated at what's going on. And has a very nervous energy about her. Steve and Prisma, could you stay here while everybody else goes to roll better?
Goodbye.
Bye,
Alright.
everyone.
See you later.
Bye.
Don't watch stream, you guys. Ellie?
It's okay, I can drag her.
Oh wait, sorry.
It's okay. Hi guys. First whisper in a while. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
with your 18 and 20, she does seem frustrated. There's definitely an anger about her and the confusion. But there is an element that she's still in control that you can sense. That she's casing the area, sort of like similar to sort of the sense that you guys have developed whenever you're in danger. That you like look at all possible exits. You see her eyes darting in between the room. She does maintain eye contact with people every now and then. But you can also see that she's trying to figure out why this happened. She's frazzled, but she's smart about it.
Does she seem genuinely sad when she said people died? Or is it more like, why did you guys do that? That's dumb.
The latter. she's aghast that why the fuck did this happen? Why did you do that? Like she didn't like she. I mean, she
It
isn't
was
like
unexpected.
she was definitely not expecting that. And with your 20 insight, Prisma, it's more neutral when she says like people are dead. It's more just like people are dead. That's insane. Rather than people are dead. There's a detachment from it, and more of just like she's aghast at what the fuck has happened rather than mourning. She's not in mourning. She's just very frustrated. Beep 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 beep.
Alright. Alright.
Okay. That's what you gather with your 20 and your 18. And the dog's barking now too. Everything's happening at once.
Yes. Yes.
Let us invite
I'll bring
the others.
everyone back. I'll bring everyone back.
Yes. Let's bring everybody back. Hello, whisper over.
Okay.
Bark. Bark.
Bark.
Bark, bark. But you see that she continues speaking to everybody and just venting out her frustrations like why did I do this? What did you people gain from that? I know I was helping you people investigate Noxus, but I didn't think you'd go all commando and attack people.
Maybe we didn't want that either. But
What's this dog doing here?
It's
I
not
don't
like-
know. It's not our dog.
it's a neighborhood dog.
It's
here.
a neighborhood dog, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's stray. Don't need to get so
Stray,
frustrated about it.
It's
Just looking
well,
for shelter, maybe.
as Kejin has said, it wasn't in the plan to actually attack people, but if let's just say you were in our shoes and we tried to settle things a little bit more peacefully, but you know you were gonna get antagonized and gonna get attacked, would you not retaliate?
How about
Yes.
you, Siandra? You were in no danger. You didn't have to attack them either. What did you have to gain?
I wanted out.
You could have just walked away.
And then I heard your voice.
I said, go away.
I heard what you said. But without my help, you guys might have had to kill more people, or you guys wouldn't have escaped at all. I risked a lot to get here.
Would you mind? We're having a... Allies are very little right now. Am I turning French? We don't know!
Boulangerie?
What's happening right now?
Spresha just goes, are you copying me right now? Why are you doing
No, it's just expression. Your accent is so strong,
Just a
it's
little
like
bit.
kind of like seeping into me.
I feel a sense of mockery.
I feel
The legs have been hanging
Are you,
out for long.
are you, as you say, taking the shit?
No, but it's been so long since I've done Scottish. Fuck this shit. But
Haggis.
Haggis. Purple
Purple burglar alarm. There you go. There you go.
baglalam.
We just talked about this a few days ago. Anyways,
Excuse me, guys. I'm gonna be terrible for the next few hours.
you're fine.
Fine.
You're fine.
It's
At
been-
least there's an attempt.
Yeah.
These are an attempt. That's really it. I appreciate
don't worry
all of
about
that.
If you don't mind, right? Allies are a little bit thin right now, and we would want to know to be able to trust you.
What do you want to know? I'm ready here. I
We
can...
ask you to not resist a spell we're about to cast. You're aware of it?
What spell are you referring to?
And Kejin steps up. Just a little trick that'll make sure we're all honest with each other. And Kejin walks up to her and holds her hand. Please. We don't know who we can trust right now. Help us help you. And possibly all of Neverwinter.
She looks at your hand. She looks at you in the eyes. And you see she's just even more exhausted than you've seen her. Like, academic exhaustion is one thing. She's emotionally exhausted right now. And she just goes, Kirsten, after everything I've done, after all those nights we talked and shared our story, fine.
I know. I want to believe as well. I want to make sure. But it's bigger than both of us hanging in the balance. We need to be sure.
Okay.
We never wanted to hurt anyone.
Alright.
We just...
She places her hand in yours. You feel it
And
small in your dragonborn palm. A bit cold to the touch. And she seems shivering, almost. But you cast the spell. What do you cast again?
I will be casting Zone of Truth, but enhanced by my meta magic.
How so? What is the enhancement that you're making?
The enhancement would be where is it? God, sorry.
Mic closer a bit, Kiel, so I can hear you better.
Heightened spell, sorry.
A saving throw. She doesn't resist it. At all.
Doesn't. Oh wow. And instead of the usual white ley lines appearing underneath as he casts his spell, it is now colored white. And Kerjin turns to Steve and the others, and he smiles and nods. Who else is in proximity, by the way?
I probably would be.
15
I
feet.
don't resist either. Yeah,
I mean,
don't
it's 60
resist
feet.
either.
I don't think this place is very big.
It's
15 feet.
15 feet.
The
Yeah,
range
15
is
feet.
60
Sorry,
feet.
sorry, 15.
Uh,
yeah,
30,
sorry, yeah.
so 30 feet.
Yeah.
It centered around me.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's
30 feet,
ranges.
30 feet.
So
I will be away.
I ain't telling shit.
Just me
Prisma's
and
gonna be in
Asher.
range, but she's resisting.
Please,
Okay.
saving throw. Against a 16.
Roll the saving throw. What you hide in Prisma? Why are you invisible?
I do shit.
Our conversations
Yeah,
whenever we're
Prisma.
not visible on Steam.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why are you invisible?
Why are you? What are you afraid of?
Are you afraid?
Oh.
Only
have to-
only Kurjin will know that I resisted, right?
Only
Yeah.
Kerchin will know.
Only the
Okay.
pass rate.
Wisdom saving.
Charisma.
Charisma.
Oh, charisma.
Oh, charisma saving throw, yes. It is a charisma saving throw.
Oh,
Ooh,
fail.
Okay,
not ideal.
Yeah.
that's fine.
Who else?
Alright,
I'm good.
okay.
Eh,
So, who are those affected by it? Just so we have a mental note.
Adrian.
Me.
All the boys.
All the
and
boys.
Siandra.
All the boys in
All
Sian.
All the boys?
All the
Prisma?
boys.
And yeah.
Prisma.
Charisma.
Yeah,
All
All the boys,
boys,
Sian.
let's
go.
This
All
is
the
one of the
boys
boys. What you talking about?
Yeah, one of the boys. Let's go.
No, I mean, because I was thinking about the ones with interest.
D Raven.
Steve, how about you? Outside.
Do you even?
Bro,
We've been on that since last night. Holy shit.
Yeah.
bro.
Okay, everyone is affected but Ellie. There we go.
Yes.
Yeah,
for the
okay.
end.
Okay.
How about
And
Spressa?
I don't know about.
Would Spressa allow herself to be affected by the spell?
There is us too. He's here, right?
All right.
Oh, is
Oh,
he?
Rizos is far away when he
Okay.
realizes what spell it is. Like he just goes,
Okay.
"Oh, fuck that," and he just
All right.
he
Twilight is probably far away.
Yeah. Is he, did he just leave? Did he just bamf out of here?
Rizos is out of the building right now.
Yeah, maybe just outside the door.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
we
probably
could put
outside the door.
we could put Selwyn out there too, just to
Yeah, just so we only two.
yeah.
RP.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Ellie and Selwyn.
And Selwyn.
Ellie Selwyn. Yeah,
And
there's us.
Rizos.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Rizos.
And
Yes.
Twilight.
Wherever
Twilight.
Twilight is.
I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody. All the NPCs.
You feel the spell take effect as these wisps of bright energy coalesce and sort of surround each one. It's sort of like they sort of like revolve around each person nearby, like the base of their necks, sort of like a choker, solidifying until it turns into a series of arcane runes around them. And Siandra goes, "If you ask a question, can I ask a question after?"
Tell me, man.
Sounds fair.
All right. Go.
And look towards Steve.
Question number one.
Number one.
Number one.
Number 50.
Burger King foot lettuce.
what?
What?
Oh, God.
That's
What?
that's a reference to something. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine. Okay.
Why did you help us?
I like him.
I just widened.
I know this is weird, but can I insight check that? I know, like, that's the truth. But, like, can I insight check that? I'm trying to
there's-
tell, like, she
Same.
likes him like him.
She
Same.
liked him like
Okay,
him or
okay.
she liked him.
Does she want to bone, or does she just, like...
You wanna be a dragon
is what
rider?
is what I would like. Is she...
She likes him as pet or she likes him
What
as
the-
person?
Oh,
Yeah.
I,
Like, what kind
Dude.
of, what kind
Damn.
of like,
Dude, I
like him
I
is
remember
happening right now?
I remember that episode from Ben 10 where Ben was a werewolf and there was a girl who liked him, but only liked him because he was an alien.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Did you only like him because he's a dragonborn?
Okay,
He's
okay.
a good dragon.
Okay.
And
Why? Now I get the higher
Insight
insight. What the?
Inside checks.
Ellie,
Like, I know that's true. I'm just
are you-
checking the
you're
vibe.
you're still within earshot, right?
Is it a sexy vibe?
Yeah, I am still in earshot, but I'm not nearby. Like I'm trying to not
mean,
be in the zone.
Okay,
Oh,
okay. With these rolls, let me just. Do I know it's magic, but do I believe that?
No, it's less that if I believe it, I'm just like,
What vibe is
what
it?
kind? Yeah, what
Yeah,
vibe?
what vibe is it?
What's
Gotcha.
the
Like,
vibe?
Vibe check. Vibe
Now
check.
I-
Again.
Now I feel even worse.
Did they sex? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh,
Is what I'm trying to figure out right now.
D&D, different kind of dungeon.
Or will they?
yeah.
They-
A
they-
Different
Dungeon
kind
and
of
a
dungeon.
dragon. Let's
And
go.
different kind of
Yeah,
dragon.
let's go, let's go.
Anyways, with a 21 and 15, it's said very matter of factly. In like, he interests me, is the vibe that you get. Both 15 and 21.
doesn't answer the question.
No, it's she likes him. It's not like him, like him.
I see.
You're-
He's
it-
a
it hasn't.
to be
She-
studied.
It's more of a fascination.
It's a fascination. Ellie and Asher, because it's you two, you'd be like him, and then maybe you'd think of the other in that scenario, and just like, no, it's not that way.
All right, not that one. All right.
Not exactly that
wrote-
way.
I respond to what she says because that's what I feel with his like. I'm like, you like him, but would that be enough for you to do all of these things?
She goes,
Yeah, you risked an awful lot for somebody who likes Kejin. Kind of just gives him a side eye.
Virgin just
I-
looks at Asher.
Like
Looks incredulity.
she goes, I've lost someone I loved before. And I never thought that I would have it again. It sounds cheesy, but if there's a chance that I could have that again, I would do anything. And I don't like working for Noxus anyway. He treats me like shit. Well, this is good to get off my chest.
surprise, it's an intervention. You see the banner roll down.
You all hug at the end of this.
There's a motivational poster pala in this living room.
This is a safe space.
Yeah, it's the zone.
Ellie,
Well,
The safe zone.
question for a question.
yeah.
My turn. What did you gain from doing this? I know that you don't trust Noxus. I don't trust him either. But what did you gain from this?
Information?
Honestly, not much.
I mean, he ain't wrong, but we found
It'll
a
be funny if
possible-
Asher said, sorry, quickly, it'll be funny if Asher, like, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, to tell you the
Yeah.
truth.
Yeah.
Not much.
Girl, it was not worth it.
It's not worth it at all.
Not gonna lie, yeah, it's not much, but we may have found. Agent looks at the others before answering. We may have found something motivating him to do all this. Why he's doing all of this.
Can I have an advance on my question and prod a bit deeper on that?
I mean, we did ask you too, so
Sure.
to be fair, just to be fair, we did ask too before, so
Yeah, alright. Okay. He smiles at Kejin.
it's Agent just tosses him a stink eye and this fucking spell has gotten me into trouble more than I care to count. Wait lang, Meta. Do we want to show the journal or what? How much do we
No.
want to say?
Not
Ellie,
yet.
How much do we want to
No.
say?
Not
How
yet.
much do we want to say?
No, we said that we wouldn't tell her about the journal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
What do we say? What do I?
Yeah.
You can tell the truth and just be like, no. That's another thing that you could do with Zone of Truth.
Just refuse to answer the question. Yeah.
A lot of people can do that.
I mean, that's not really that fair, guys.
Yeah, I know. That's why.
Yeah, but like Ellie is holding on to it, and she's not in the zone of truth. She's like,
well,
no, don't.
I don't
Don't.
think
But
we're going
the
to.
thing is, we're not gonna show it.
We're not
It's
gonna show
basically
it.
Gonna
like,
show. We're just gonna
it's
say
like,
that.
do we share the information we found out? Is
Yeah.
what Kiel's
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And we decided that we're not
Mm,
before.
Yeah, we
this.
said, yeah, no.
What do we say?
well,
Well, you say what you
Well-
okay. Here, you say what you want to say, dude.
Yeah, you say what you
Yeah,
want to say.
I
This
think-
is you. This is you.
I think this is.
We're not.
fine.
Yeah, this is happening.
Yeah.
This is happening.
Yeah,
So
you don't
you
have
say
a
what you
mind
wanna say.
link to decide
Yeah.
what to say.
In
Yeah.
control of you.
We're not there. Yeah.
I will. Okay. Asher will be like, well, you. Did you see which room we came out of? Like you do you know where we were?
Judging from the vector that you were traveling, you came from Noxus's room.
I suppose you could put two and two together, right? Like,
So
We're
you've
not
basically,
being very transparent, but
sorry for still being guarded, but yeah,
it's
you know
We
what happened
found-
with
we found a little bit of his past.
his
in Luskan.
involvement. Exactly.
uh-huh.
The incident happened there. He may have found that there was foul play involved. And that foul play, well, that took a lot from him as well. Which is possibly what's making him do what he wants to do now. To get back at those people. And to get back something that's important to him.
She bites her lip at that. Stop. Stop, dog.
The problem here is it feels like he's at the point that he doesn't care anymore what he tramples, who he kills, how many he kills. He wants to see his justice through. You just said that you have lost someone you love. I know that feeling. He does as well, and it's enough to drive people mad.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you can ask a question too. You seem to have found something important, so good. If it'll stop him, yeah.
I know that you know, we pretty much have been asking you a favor to kind of act against your old boss, but what's in this for you? Can't be that you're just helping us out. Like, I don't know. I guess what I'm asking is what you have against him. I know he's a terrible boss, but
He's unfit to lead the Brotherhood. For a variety of reasons. Not saying that I want. No, I kinda want to. Wow, this spell is strong, but I don't want him leading it.
Honestly, that kind of a man, I can see your point.
Kerjin, 2 minutes left on your zone of truth.
Before any other questions, I really need one before we end up saying more. Are you helping the Red Mages?
The Red Wizards. No. This is for me. Steve, you sense your alarm go off.
Yes. Steve looks at everyone. They're coming.
shit. I peer out outside the window. Do I have a view of the road?
Yeah, same. I'll take a peek.
I know it's dark out there.
Perception
I
check.
let Featherfall peek. Like I release Featherfall.
Disadvantage or normal?
For both of you, because you're humans, disadvantage. For
I'm
Featherfall.
not human.
Sorry, because sorry, halfling. My bad. In real life, we're human, I think. But but
Yumis.
I'm a warlock.
you're a warlock, right? Amazing.
You're a warlock.
It's been
Yeah.
so long.
I'm a warlock.
Kajin just looks towards Steven. The
But that's a
others.
10.
But that's a 10.
One hand still on Siandra's. And what is it?
You go.
I
Yeah, yeah. What is it?
Yeah, do you see anything?
Yeah.
You see
At
those
17.
those of you who rolled actually 10 above. You do see a small group of those chrome domes walking eastward, continuing a patrol.
Have
Im-
you helped the red mages in order to further your own?
I don't think we have time for that, Prisma. You need to get moving.
Wait, dude.
Go.
Do they know we're here? I don't think. Dude, okay, wait.
Oh, they're
I go. I can't. I
There's the
whisper to
police.
Steve. I'm like, I can't see very well. Do they look like they're heading like towards the house?
Yeah, do they-
Like with
like-
intent?
Seems like they're on a patrol at least, not straight here.
we can hide then.
Alright,
Roll
keep-
me a
keep
Stealth check.
Pass without trace. Immediately, yeah,
Pass without
immediately
trace.
as we see them coming, yeah.
stealth check.
Kajin will. Shit, I am running out of shit.
I'm still in that armor.
I
You
could
are
at least
also
hide.
Have you guys
myself.
healed yourselves with your short rests? Because it seems that a few of
Yes.
you
I have. I
hit
have.
dice.
you only have 20 HP.
Holy shit.
Shit.
I have hit dice. I'm okay.
Yeah, I used my hit dice.
Oh, it says
same.
20 on my screen for you, Nix.
Refresh it. It's the same thing that happened to
Yeah.
Nix yesterday.
Oh
Probably
damn,
not
really?
something.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
refresh.
yeah.
Roll 20s, bullshit.
Yeah, because I'm 71, man. I used a lot of hit
Yeah,
dice.
yeah, I
Yeah,
get it. I
same.
get it. It was just probably an issue with roll 20.
Kajin
101.
101.
would guide Siandra to one of the walls and hide. I think they
Kapitan.
would pass.
Kapitan.
Oh god.
Kabedon!
Kabedon.
Kajin would cast invisibility on himself, Siandra, and Asher.
Oh shit. Alright.
But yeah,
Using
guys,
a level 4 spell slot.
yeah, it's not advantage, it's just regular roll.
Just a regular.
Yeah, but I'm on advantage because of the armor.
Okay.
because of the magic artificer armor. Is everybody going inside the building?
I'm on a
Nice.
41! 41!
So everybody
Nice.
goes. Yeah. So everybody goes to, goes inside
Nor-
the Willowvale's home.
We're already inside, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Stay inside.
You do not
Okay.
see. You do not see Rizal Center.
Yeah, we
15.
did not, right?
Yeah. You did. You do
Does
not see Rizal.
invisibility help Asher in any way?
Gives him
It'll make
advantage.
my roll
a
straight.
roll.
Straight roll.
Yeah,
Straight
so
roll.
that would be a
Mhm.
15.
Yeah.
15, so 25.
If you expend the spell for it. So.
Yeah, I expend a level 4 spell slot for me, Siandra, and Asher for invisibility.
Gotcha.
Damn. let's
Damn.
Damn.
We spending the big money tonight.
go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So.
Nix, don't forget Selwyn.
Oh, that's right. Let
Spell
me-
check, please. So everybody. Let me just check the walls for everybody.
Wait.
I think this is my first 41 stealth.
Dude, congrats! You broke the 40 barrier. Nice.
Yeah.
Void mode.
So-
check.
Breaking the stealth barrier.
Breaking the stealth barrier. So in total,
15. Is that advantage or?
No.
No, the
advantage.
Selwyn
Oh.
rolled a 19, so that's 29.
if you're also invisible, you have advantage.
Oh, advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
But so far, reading through it, we have stealth of 23 for Ellie, Steve with a 41, Prisma with a 14, Asher with a 25, Espresso with a 17, Kerjin with a 29, respectable, and
this would be
Selwyn.
Selwyn's.
29
Selwyn,
also
Selwyn,
for
yeah.
Selwyn.
29,
Rolling
yeah,
for
yeah.
Siandra rolled above 25. I can't math really quickly right now.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You're fine. You're
I'll
fine.
get, I'll get.
Okay. With that, you watch as this group of arcane Brotherhood knights appear in front of the house. There's a lone tree in the center of this roundabout where the house is located before it continues on. They pass through the other side of it. From your current view, around 3 of them. All with torches, all with their weapons out, the same metallic rods crackling with electricity in front of you as you hear it as they step by that distant zzz, zzz. You see one of them seemingly hear something or see something in your direction, the group's direction. His chrome helmet turns towards you all. And as he's about to take a step, you hear from the other side of this roundabout something crash down as a portion of a building is collapsed, making a loud ruckus in the area, as well as a voice that goes, "Shit!" They hear it and stomp towards that direction, away from you all, following where the sound came from.
I take a peek out the window. Do I see which way they're heading?
They're heading to the northeast, towards where the chasm entrance is, and away from you all. This squad.
That's why I think it is. Please stay safe, Redman.
Got away very quickly, didn't he?
I mean, he's very slippery.
Mm-hmm. And the shit
Is
wasn't.
still?
Zone of Truth is no longer up, but also,
Yeah.
if anybody would like to roll me insight checks on the shit that you hear in the distance.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
What was that?
Sure.
Mhm.
Normal, inside. Nacho.
Okay.
Nacho.
Well, roll the
Nice.
ones now, not later.
Asher, everybody hears Rizos's voice. It was definitely Rizos's voice. And there's like this element of like concern that however much concern you're willing to give to Rizos as Asher with that. Because it did sound like he was in danger. Everybody else, 14, 12, 19, 20, it was definitely put on. It was a stage whisper. Not an actual like, shit. It was like, shit!
Yep.
Made to attract attention.
Clever.
And you see now that the guards with their torches stray further and further away from everybody.
You served well, Rizos.
We'll remember you.
I remember.
He's
Is
not
is,
dead.
is Asher saying that?
Okay.
No, if you did, I would have. It's not that. It's gonna be legit.
Yeah, I thought
It
that
could have
was
been.
Mhm.
Let's get out of here.
Prisma looks at Siandra and goes,
He's in B. We're in B.
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, you guys are in V. Oh, this
Yeah,
way."
they're invisible. I'd call this. Steve kind of just goes. Doesn't seem like they know that we're here.
I'd rather not wait until they do. Let's get out of here.
Where?
Where we even go?
I don't know. Just outside, as long as it's outside the city.
we already had
Yeah.
trouble getting in.
For my
You
own
want to
sake,
stay
I would
inside.
still want that question answered.
Well, I'm gonna have to cast the spell again. Just for everyone's sake.
Let's just figure out first what are we doing.
Are we staying? Are we going?
I don't think we should get out of the city at least. Not yet.
I have a
We're very close for a locate object or a locate person.
I have somewhere where we can take us. It's far enough away from here that I think if we want to be out of the city, we can. And they won't be able to detect us.
If you're gonna be taking us, then I would want the question answered first.
What was it?
Have you helped the Red Mages in order to further your own ambition?
She really said no.
Yeah, Sean said no earlier.
No, she said she's doing it for herself.
She said no, and then she was doing it for
No,
herself.
and
Prisma, I said no.
I'm still gonna insight check that.
I'll say with disadvantage because you can't see her fucking face. She's
Yeah.
invisible. Yeah, roll me an
No
insight check
telltale.
from the voice.
Euro.
That's good coffee.
Falls on
Which
a
one?
speed.
10
That's
and
a
6.
10.
10 and a 6 from Ellie and Prisma. She seems serious. Again, very matter-of-factly, as she's been speaking so far, besides of when she gets her emotions riled up.
Listen, we could play 20 questions all night. Let's just get out of here first.
Preferably not outside the city.
Or somewhere safe. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pop the spell off of us.
If we are, how far out of the city are we talking about? If we are to follow you.
You can't see her face.
Yep.
But she goes very far. Beyond, what's that place? Helm's Hold.
It's at least a half a day's travel.
I think it'll be more then.
Our concern is if he is speeding things up.
Yeah, we need to be close.
I don't think we should leave the city.
Think so either.
We can't pass by the graveyard. You said there were a lot of people there. Can't pass through the main gates. Guarded.
There,
Didn't you say there was a smaller gate past towards the House of Knowledge?
from what you would remember, there is like a small like access gate built specifically for the House of Knowledge. It's a wide curve around the chasm. There's also the southern gate, which you just came from, which was decrepit and abandoned.
Yeah, but that leads outside.
Hmm.
Perhaps a little visit of the House of the Knowledge would be okay.
You hear Siandra's voice whisper to you, Kerichin, and go, just like old times.
Another one all-nighter?
Not my first.
Not mine either.
Those of you with decent passive perception.
Get a room.
Yeah.
In the House of Knowledge, we're gonna get one. No,
yeah, they
no.
definitely sexed. Out of knowledge, House of Knowledge.
Yeah, that's like our best
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan.
Time to hit the books.
Let's get moving then.
Wait, where are we heading? Can we please have a plan moving forward?
Okay, so
Yeah, I don't know if you've
That's-
noticed, but that's not really our strong suit. You gotta.
Yes.
It does seem like that, yes.
We could.
The saying that I picked up from Waterdeep. The enemy won't know what you're doing if you don't know what you're doing.
We excel at thinking on our feet. Let's go.
Yeah, let's head towards the
We'll
knowledge.
we'll figure it out on the way there.
Mhm.
Perhaps a visit with was it the turtle looking person?
The turtle, yeah.
Bart,
Yeah.
Bart, Bart,
Bart.
Bartholomew.
Bart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but perhaps he could assist us all
First
somehow.
things first, let's not be where they are patrolling.
Yeah, we'll try to find a way around where it would be less people or like where they're patrolling.
Well, you know that one group was heading northeast towards the chasm entrance. So the
So the
other
other way towards, I guess we'll have to pass near the graveyard,
Yeah.
but just like stay as far away from it as possible.
Yeah.
At the edge of the ring, at the edge of the ring.
At the edge of the
Yeah,
ring.
without
Yeah,
falling down the
Rat
track.
strats. This D&D session, yes.
Oh god.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Rats,
yep.
rats.
Rat strats. So, together.
Heat shield.
Heat shield. There's no heat shield in this game. Oh well, there is. It's
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 tiny hut.
the tiny hut.
Tiny
There,
hut.
exactly. Tiny hut. Imagine if.
Our shield. Let's go.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the alarm will stick around also for 8 hours. So when they pass by,
Again.
like Steve's just like ping.
Mhm. So you move around the alarm essentially, traveling.
I mean, it's fine because I can say that
Oh,
this.
right.
Yeah, I can make it that when we pass by, nothing happens.
Mhm.
But yeah, rats.
You make your way further and further westward, traveling the same route that you did before.
And I say all this time, Kerjin still has Yanto's hand.
Oh,
Ah! Alright!
it's
Let's go!
We
Let's
can
go!
it's
We can see it.
it's still. I will say it's still
Wait,
very.
I thought you dropped invisibility.
Oh, did you? Did
Yeah,
you?
I was gonna say.
Okay,
drop
I'm not invisible
invisibility.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, drop invisibility.
Why didn't you make use of
Okay.
it? You have an hour. okay. But you travel westward, still holding Siandra's hand, as for everybody can see, and it's still clammy. It's still very clammy, but you're used to the cold anyway. And you move further westward. I'd like everybody to roll me a perception check as you make your way there, as well as a stealth check.
Stealth is still +10, guys.
Yes,
Give me 1 sec.
sure. Take your time.
Damn. Shit. May I times of chaos that?
Yes.
Where's
You
my
know
owl?
the answer to that is
It's
always yes.
15. It's 15 though.
18.
I do not trust single digit.
Very nice. Are you still? Do you still have?
Wow.
Yeah.
You're
Nice.
still single digits. See, that's exactly why.
17.
It's fine.
17.
And now I'm gonna explode.
Well, if you cast the spell, yes. But
Yeah.
unless you wanna. Can you just roll me a d20
Oh,
because you did invisibility earlier.
Yeah.
Just roll me a d20.
Oh yeah. Spell no attack surge.
Okay, you're fine. We keep moving west. There doesn't seem to be anybody nearby. Stealth check. Let me check the stealth checks first as you guys move about there. So 17 for Kerjin, 18 for Asher, 26 for Steve. Ellie, what's yours? 31. 31. Damn, Ellie. The Burb has a 23. Express has a 17. And Prisma has a 14. Alright.
The bird is the bird. I'm holding the bird, so he's I'm holding the bird, so he's with me. But I rolled this perception for the owl.
Oh, yeah.
What was perception for the owl? Then that's a
Yeah.
13. Okay. Would anybody else
Yeah.
like to roll perception in that case? While traveling further west.
Sure, I'll keep an eye out. Sure. Why not? Not that it matters. Ah!
Hey, it does matter.
Yeah. Never 22
Okay. It's pretty
from
good.
earlier.
Okay, that's pretty good. So, you guys travel further west, keeping as quiet as you can, relatively stealthy, given the party, especially with your tried and true pass without a trace. Your perception checks are 18, 13, and 13 as well from Elise Owl.
22.
22 for Steve. Fantastic.
Yeah, up top.
Up top, I see. You roll that first. You pass through, or pass nearby the path in front of, or pass on the path in front of the southern gate, right?
Close. Okay, let's say let's go as close to the chasm as we can, and then just go through that until we get to the House of Knowledge. Just so at least we're further. Yeah, basically skirting the skirting the paths basically, and the graveyards.
Skirting the path. Gotcha. So could somebody outline?
Like this? Like here. I'm doing it.
Okay. But you go in front of the southern gate first,
yeah.
and then you skirt the path. I see. Good job.
Sure.
Good job, IGL. And but you start here, right? You pass through here, then what you drew earlier, correct? Is that correct?
I'll draw it again.
Sure.
Basically, we call this.
Yeah, that's pretty much right. That's pretty much correct.
Yeah.
Pretty much
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Edge, as in literally this edge.
Stephen Asher. As you're about to turn eastward or northwards towards the chasm, seeing the southern gate there, being as sneaky as you possibly can, a figure steps out from the middle of the road. Long, billowing, black cloak. Pasty face. Adorned in jewelry. You see in front of you, blocking your path, Noxus Decad.
Just
Nice.
him, no one else.
Yeah.
From what you can see in front of you, as of the moment, just him.
And he's looking towards us.
Yes, as
So
you're
he
about,
knows. He sees us. Okay.
Yeah, he knows us.
Alright.
Okay.
he,
Alright.
he's right in front of you.
Heal? If it's real or he's gonna bamboozle us.
Fancy meeting him, eh?
No one's out for a night's stroll.
I look at Tiandra.
Mm-hmm.
How's she?
Inside check.
Okay.
Where is it?
14.
Let me change the music to something a bit more tense. As he seems to just be eyeing your group down, keeping his eyes locked on Siandra. Intermittently looking at each of you during the process. 14 and 19. You see Siandra's face with your 14 and 19. She seems irritated and annoyed that he's here.
Huh.
And you hear her mutter to you, Kerjin, and go, I told you we should have left. The longer we stay in the city, the more dangerous. After a few 10 seconds of Noxus just with his hands clasped in front of him, his rings shining in the moonlight above, he goes, brave you fools are. You have taken something from me, something I would very much like returned. And you, dear assistant, what do you think you're doing helping them? And Siandra just lets go of your hand for a second, Kerjin. I like the. I'm hearing the click clack of like people talking in the background. And Siandra goes, you see her jaw start to shake as she's about to speak out and go, What do you mean, Master? Noxus goes, you know what I mean. And you see that he's holding this sort of like compass-like device in his hand, pointing towards who has the notebook with them right now.
Did we put it in the bag?
No, no one said that.
Yeah, no one.
Okay.
I don't
Somebody might
remember.
be holding onto it right now.
Oh,
Weren't you
Ellie?
saying you were holding it, Ellie? Because you said
yeah,
that.
Ellie.
It's
Yeah, you
either
were like, I have
earlier.
it. I'm not showing it to her.
Yeah, you said that
Oh,
earlier.
it's the file, that one that I have.
Okay,
I
okay.
think, right?
then Spressa was the one that was
Oh.
reading
Then
it.
Espresso would have had it. Yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say, if not, Espresso has it.
This compass-like device made of the same sort of like metallic material as the lockbox points towards Espressa. Dear madam.
I just like scooch a little bit, like closer to Espressa. Just right behind her. Just scooch lang. And that's it.
Mhm. You scooch closer to Espressa. She also like takes a guarded position, holding your hand, Steve.
I take my shield out and begin to kind of interpose myself, like between him and the party.
Mm-hmm.
And Keiju steps in front of Sianda and, assumes his stance.
I go. We know about what happened in Luskan. Is that what this is about?
So you've even taken a look at my private files.
Just as long as we're all being honest.
Return what you took from me. Now, and I may show you mercy.
Like you showed all of those hundreds of people mercy.
This is
Sorry, we don't deal with terrorists.
How does he react to that?
Roll me an insight check.
Can I?
Yes,
Can I do-
everybody who wants to.
Let's go.
His face isn't hidden by any means, naman.
God fucking
Oh no, was it a bad roll? 1 second.
There's a 9.
damn. Well, roll it now. Roll the bats now.
Roll the bad
Well,
sound, roll the bad sound.
My insight
roll
is
the bats down.
progressively getting higher, you guys.
Progressively.
Good job.
Good job.
579. Let's go.
So, it is a 17, 15, 9, 22.
Yep, 26.
26.
And that's 26 for Prism.
Mm-hmm. 26 for Perso. Very nice, very nice. Those of you who rolled above a 15,
So, not me.
unfortunately not. Kerrigan and Asher, it's
Sad.
difficult. It's difficult right now to read into this man. He's as long as you've seen him around, he's always been very, very, very secretive. not, especially Kerjin, because you've probably interacted with him the most. Interacted.
Yeah.
He barely shows any emotion. And it's very similar to what he's doing right now. But those of you rolled above a 15 insight, you see his eyes narrow a bit at that. Like he's processing what you said. This isn't a conversation. You broke into my private study. You killed my men. And as such, the least you can do is turn yourselves in, lest I make you do so.
How about you do that first? Hundreds dead. Here, Helm's Hold, everywhere else. Almost corrupting the Neverwinter Woods, destroying...
I will not hear any more of this. He snaps his fingers as groups of guards begin to appear from the buildings nearby. A few mages appear as well. Some, because the gate behind you is broken down, it is open, but you see a group of people appear there as well. One of them including Stalsim, the Orcish mage, who seems to be
Oh, it staffs him. Okay. It staffs him.
who seems to be in over his head as he's holding like a staff in battle,
There
but
you
he's
go.
sort of shaking as well. But currently around you, from what you can tell, you were surrounded by around 8 knights and 3 mages. As well as right in front of you, to the northern path, you see Noxus. Alone.
Sandra, how long do you need for the spell?
I just need everybody to hold hands.
Holding hands.
Prisma holds whoever's beside her.
Eugene holds her hand again and...
Hold
grips it tight.
Spressa and Asher.
I back into the group.
As you all begin to... Are you showing any offensive stances at the moment? Or are you just backing into each other and holding yourselves?
Well, I guess it's more defensive
More-
stance.
yeah,
it's
Defensive
more
stances
defensive
than
right now,
offensive.
yeah.
Fair,
But
fair.
defensive
like
stances.
Yeah.
Each
backing
other.
into each other and then defensive stance, yeah.
And while we're doing that, Prisma's gonna look at Stalson and go, "Are you sure you want to do this?
You see the barest of...
You better run."
And he shakes his head as well. Just... No.
Oh, poor dude.
He's more afraid, big head.
As you are all taking defensive positions, the guards begin their approach. But in this moment, I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Oh, let's go, baby.
See, we should have made her meet her in the in the graveyard, so
Yeah.
that Red would have to make a map. Just kidding.
Yeah. We should have made. Yeah, we should have.
Yeah,
we should have
see,
went to the
told you.
graveyard. Damn it. Curses.
I have maps everywhere, friends.
Oh, sorry. That's a 20. I'm. Damn it.
Sylvan's
I forgot
HP appears weird for me.
What's happening? Sorry?
It's like a 5 plus 18 over 57.
Oh yeah, no, that's right.
It's weird,
Did she
yeah.
take it? Hey,
Yeah.
I think.
You check her sheet.
No, she doesn't have anything on her sheet. Hang on. I'm trying to see if she rolled.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I
dice.
also forgot to click.
Sure.
Initial field.
Yeah,
Let me-
Red, if you can add na lang.
Yeah, sure. Let me just
Oh, there
move
we go.
about the people on the screen. There we go. I think that looks good. Very nice, very nice.
Wait, I don't know what her current HP is. It's not
Well,
here.
it's probably that one. It's the 5 plus 18.
5 plus 18.
Wasn't added correctly.
Yun yung nakalagay. Wait,
That's what it showed earlier.
So we can say that at the base it was 23. She does have all of her D8s available. If
She did not. She did not. She did not
Oh,
roll
yeah,
for
she
the
didn't roll
case.
for Anna. Yeah.
I don't think she did, unfortunately. Let's set
So
it at
23.
let's set it at
Yeah,
23 for now.
23.
At the moment,
Let me roll on for door. Hang on.
sure, gotcha.
Red Asher rolled a 20 on that.
Very nice.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
forgot to click.
It's alright.
Yeah,
That's
same
alright.
also 23 for Steve.
23 for Steve.
5 for someone.
5 for Selwyn. Oh, I misclicked as well. Wow. we're all just getting into it again, guys. No pressure, no worries.
Being used to it again.
Been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Got a lot of people on you right now. Okay.
You don't say.
Yeah.
This ain't.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. So, let me just adjust this. Looking good. All right. Top of the round, as as usual, we have Steve. Steve, you see all these guards approaching you all. Actually, let me just. Okay. No, these guards are supposed to be in front. So we can say that they've already made their approach, but they haven't done anything. But these guards have already made their way here. So we're like positioning in front of the mages with them. But they haven't done anything. They just seem to be slowly approaching. Noxus still has his hands clasped in front of him, jewelry sparkling, seeing what you people will do.
Because of what Siandra said, Steve is going to just knock his bow.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone approaches to try to get closer to us, I'll hold an action for that. I'll let loose.
Let loose. If somebody gets, I'll say within 10 feet, so that you don't have disadvantage on the range. Wait, no. Yeah, so you don't have disadvantage.
It's so close though. I'm just like, yeah, sure, 10 feet.
Okay, gotcha. You knock your arrow and just hold it there until something gets closer. Kerjin, your turn, then Asher, then Prisma.
Okay, let me guess. Look. Same deal. If an enemy approaches within 10 feet, they're gonna get a firebolt in the face via held action.
Gotcha. Alright. Asher?
Oh, for my bonus, yeah, I don't have any bonus. That's it.
We're fresh out, aren't we?
Wait, no, I know. I will inspire Ellie. Transfer some magical power.
Gotcha. Elia's inspiration, that's a D10 at this level?
D8.
D8 still.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. We mark it with this. Gotcha. Alright. Asher, your turn, then Prisma.
Asher just kind of doubles down on his defensive stance. He casts, as a bonus action, I would like to cast Shield of Faith.
Shield of Faith?
These two sort of greenish shields kind of manifest beside him and kind of just hover around him. As he kind of puts his main shield forward, he continues to back up, and I would like to use my action to take the dodge action. In
Sounds
case
good.
something, tries to hit me.
Disadvantage in all attacks against you this turn. Gotcha.
Yay.
Very nice, very nice. Use this for now. Alright.
Okay.
Prisma, followed by Spressa.
Prisma is going to cast Cause Sphere on this wall. Oh, where's my mouse? 1, 2, 3. She's using a 4th level spell.
You're casting it right now?
Yeah.
Okay, can you click on Cause Sphere so we can see what it does? Cause fear, shadow touch. You awaken the sense of mortality in one creature you can see within range. A construct or undead is immune to this effect. Okay. Wisdom, charisma because of shadow. Okay. So you choose it to be charisma. Wait. Is this shadow from shadow touched?
Yes.
It doesn't change what they need to succeed on. I think you just misconstrued what the spell save DC is
Oh.
based on.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
I'm using charisma as like to cast spells for the shadow, but the DC doesn't change. Okay.
Oh, do you have the same stat for? Okay. Then yeah, they still have to roll a wisdom saving throw because that's what cause fear is. No worries.
Ours.
But your
It
spell save
doesn't
is
change the DC.
Mhm.
16.
16. Okay. Can you click on which ones? The 4 that are approaching you.
Yeah, I think I can hit 4. Fourth
Okay.
level.
4,
Yeah.
1, must be 30
Oh,
feet.
actually. Uh, let me just draw, because this is bleh. Can I hit this 4? And because of my
Mhm.
because of my mortality domain, and this is a necromancy cantrip, this dude is also going to get affected because he's 5 feet of this dude.
Wow, look at those stacking abilities. Okay, so cause fear within wisdom saving throw for all of these creatures. Let me just roll them. First off, we go from left to right. Wisdom saving throw versus DC 16. To the left fails. First one fails. Second one rolls a natural 20. Third one
Bruh.
fails. Fourth one cocked. Fourth one fails. And stalls him. Wisdom saving throw. What's his bonus? 14. Only one person succeeds on that saving throw. All the others are feared. We can mark this here. There you go. The rest of you notice that 4 of the assailants to your south suddenly quiver in their boots. Rather than taking a step forward, they stay in place, all locked onto Prisma, who bursts forth with this apparition that only they can see. Except this guy. This guy's fine. That your turn, Prisma?
That is my turn.
Okay, gotcha. Up next, Spressa, it is your turn.
Spressa will cast Beacon of Hope on the party and Siandra.
Mm-hmm. Beacon of Hope.
Yeah, I'm gonna. There we go.
Gotcha. Kindly put on the... Oh, it doesn't need to be outrageous, it's just everybody from that point on. Right. Okay. So Beacon of Hope, everybody's filled with hope and vitality.
Yeah, that's
On
why. So
creature.
everyone.
Advantage of wisdom saving throws and death saving throws. Gotcha. Alright. Taking note of that. Is that Spressa's turn?
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Gotcha. Up next is now the mage's turns. 1 second. Here we go. Yes. Each of the mages the 2 on either side of you notice that a spell has been cast. Yeah. from either side, you see glowing orbs of fire begin to rise out of their palms as it zips on over to the center of everybody. Fireball cast from both sides.
Ooh.
Can this be done?
Yes, you can counterspell
At least
it.
one.
Yes.
At least one.
Choose which one you want to counterspell.
Fine, I'll counterspell the other.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, because they are matching spell levels, as both of these motes of fire begin to rise up like miniature suns and reach towards your party right before they're about to hit. On either side, Ellie and Kerjin reach out with their hands as both balls of flame dissipate right before reaching your party. Stalsim, who is fucking terrified, moves.
Run, boy!
He moves back 20 feet and he just goes, "Get him! Get him!" And he,
Get him.
get him! And he just holds.
I don't know that spell.
He just seemingly holds an action at that point. Okay. Cause fear, do they get to repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns? Yes, they do. Okay, so Stalsim makes another wisdom saving throw after spending his turn doing nothing but running behind. Casting. Let me check if there's an action that it inflicts. No, it's just fear. Okay, gotcha. So he just holds an action, whatever it may be. As he's holding it, you see the fear in his eyes sort of like taking, like wresting control from his body, begin to dissipate. As Prisma, you feel your cause fear get broken. He's still very scared though, but not to the same point that he was earlier. But that is his turn. And the mages will stay there on either side of you all. Up next. It is now the Arcane Knights' turns, who will surround the party. Here. Here.
I attack!
Ball.
Which one will you attack?
The first one that moves, I said.
Then
Same.
it'll be this
Fireball.
one that's Fireball?
Bolt.
Firebolt. Okay. So it'll be
Ball.
this.
No.
Ball. That's what I heard.
Let's go.
It'll be this one that's heading straight for Asher. Right before he can get there, roll your attack, Steve, and roll your firebolt, Kerjin.
Ooh.
Damn. Damn. They are not able to deflect either one of those as this knight takes both of the hits. God damn. Okay. That is in total 19 plus 7 points of damage. That is 26 points of damage on the first attack. As right before he's about to reach Asher, projectiles hit his body and push him back just a bit, but he keeps charging forward towards your paladin companion. They then make their attacks on all of you. Four attacks on Asher, but you are dodging, so all attacks have disadvantage on you.
Yes, baby.
First attack. 17. Second attack.
Doesn't it?
13. Oh no, that's a natural one.
Doesn't it?
Third attack. 17 again. Oh,
Nope.
I like that movie. And fourth attack.
17 again.
Fourth attack. 22 to hit.
Doesn't hit. I have Shield of Faith.
God damn. As you absorb 4 of these attacks, these same metallic rods that you had seen before just try to find weak spots in your armor and paralyze you with the electricity, but you're able to block them on either side of you. Your spiritual shield also deflecting hits that you were unable to see earlier, as you are unharmed from this. However, more attacks on the rest of the party.
Yeah.
2 attacks on you, Steve.
Yep.
First attack is a 9, so that misses. Second attack is a 19.
Hits.
Hits. You take 18 points of damage, 10 of it being lightning damage. And on the other side, Ellie,
Mm-hmm.
2 attacks on you as well.
Yeah.
First attack is a dirty 20.
Yep, that hits.
Second attack is a 10.
Nope.
Okay. You take 10 points of bludgeoning damage and another 10 points of lightning damage. So 20 points in total. And from behind, 2 attacks on Prisma. As the other knights cannot do anything. First attack on you, Prisma, is a 17 to hit. Prisma.
Are you muted? It hits.
It hit. Second attack, 25. So both attacks
Hits.
hit, unfortunately. Alright. You take 12 points of damage initially. I'm gonna be combining the totals unless you do anything that resists lightning, which I don't think you have, Prisma.
No.
So 12 for the first hit, and for the second hit, 18 points of damage.
Is that the total or 12 plus 18?
12 plus 18, so 30 points of damage total. Okay.
Thanks.
The other 3 also spend their turn just backing away 20 feet,
Oh my god.
and will roll to see if they are no longer frightened versus DC 16 spell DC. First one on the left fails. Second one on the right fails. Third one is that? Third one also fails. Everybody there is still frightened, thankfully. That is their turn. And up next, it is Siandra. Siandra reaches out to the party as you are all within range of each other for the spell that she is casting. As she will cast you and up to 8 willing creatures that you can see within range. Gotcha. You see this sort of like discolored energy, sort of like blending the space within it, like this area in front of her is beginning to warp and turn and curve. As she goes, "Hold on!" As she casts teleport on everybody. Is everybody willing to go?
Yes.
Yay.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, no.
Get out of here.
Actually, no,
Wanna
I'm
say
staying
get
here.
Murdered.
I
I'm
see.
staying here.
I see.
Yeah, let me just dig my grave.
Yeah. Pretty much.
We're
Pretty
right near the
much.
graveyard anyway.
As you are all about to teleport, Noxus raises a hand in front of him and attempts to counterspell it.
I counterspell his counterspell.
Roll me a counterspell.
Oh.
Roll me, because
I
he's
will roll your counterspell.
the main.
What's the count?
Yeah, roll it. Roll it
Charisma.
first. Okay, wait.
Charisma.
Yes, charisma check versus his counterspell.
Yeah.
Oh, spell. Is it like wait spell
It's your
spell casting modifier?
Spellcasting modifier.
ability.
So it's basically a charisma check for you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I got you. Charisma 5. Niet.
Ah.
Niet.
You
Niet.
are unable to counterspell his counterspell. Would anybody else like to try?
Reactions have been used this round.
Reaction
Yeah.
been used, dude. No
Yeah,
more.
yeah, yeah.
Actions have been
Yeah.
used this round. Siandra has a counterspell.
I have a count. No.
Siandra will attempt to counter.
Another-
Siandra will attempt to counterspell that counterspell. Intelligence check for her. As she like focuses one hand on the teleport and the other hand reaches out to try and combat it. Yeah. Noxus's counterspell dissipates. The other mage,
Oh shit!
the mages on left and right will try their counterspell. See Hunter's counterspell.
Oh no!
Oh, this is fantastic. Okay.
DM counterspell.
I like how this turn is just red counterspelling himself.
It is. It really is.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Did they? Was it- Rolled one below what was needed. Both the mages
Oh,
fail.
wow.
Nice.
There is Stalsum within 60 feet. Is the question? Is Stalsum gonna fuck everybody? Stalsum
Will
is.
he though?
Will he?
What the-
Will he
Roll
though?
me-
No,
Well,
yeah.
well, he's no longer frightened.
Roll me
But he is
one
within
intimidation
range.
check.
Still scared.
Roll me one intimidation check, Prisma, which may
Alright.
change the outcome here. Fuck!
Holy shit! Holy fuck!
You
If Prisma wants to be scary, she's scary.
you take a page out of your mother's book whenever you or your father did something dumb, and you shoot one glance. That mother glance that we all know.
Oh god.
And as he's
She
raising
calls
his
him by
hand,
his full name.
Oh,
you just say under your breath,
Boys,
Stalsim,
your full first name.
and his spell does not continue on. You are all surrounded in this warped space. A bright flash of red light appears. And when the light dissipates, Siandra, Kerjin, and Ellie are gone. But everybody else is left behind.
What the fuck?
Oh, let's go!
Let's go.
Let's go!
dang!
Wait!
Dang, son!
Let's go!
Wait!
Woo!
Spice. Spice.
Spice. Ooh,
Spice.
yummy.
Spice. Spice.
Let's go!
I have a question.
Mhm.
Is Twilight with us?
Yeah.
He's
I
gonna
we
be
don't
like,
know.
Well, we
Shit.
don't know. We're still in the middle of a fight.
yeah.
My Lloyd Forger, come here.
We'll get. I will show you where the three appear. The three of you, Siandra, Kerjin, and Ellie, find yourselves in this decrepit looking ruin. All your friends, all your remaining friends, are not there. It is only you three and this dark, unlit ruin. Siandra turns around to the two of you and goes, "Now, tell me what you found." The rest of the party is still facing the Archmage. The flash of light dissipates and you see that that your friends are missing, and you do not know where they went. Noxus raises an eyebrow towards your group and goes, "What trickery is this? Where is my assistant?" It's this tense moment where nobody moves, but it is Selwyn's turn.
What the fuck does Selwyn do now?
Sorry, this was supposed to be
I think
Dumable yung mga mages.
Jello would be saying the same thing. What the fuck do I do?
Bro,
What-
we can
what the fuck do I do
we
now?
can help each other figure out what's gonna happen there.
Okay. Fuck. Did it? Hang on. Sorry, I'm reading something. Can I would like to ask a meta question.
Mhm.
We made pins, right? Didn't we make pins
Yep.
for like Tenacious Brigade pins?
Yep.
Yes. Were they enchanted with anything? I believe they were.
No,
Right.
they weren't. They weren't.
No,
It was-
they weren't. They weren't, as far as I know.
Mhm.
Mundane objects.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just they were
They're
just
just
mundane
pins. They're just
objects.
pins.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But Selwyn would like to cast locate object for I would say, since I guess since Ellie was the one kind of beside her, she tracked Ellie's
Mhm.
pin.
What is the range of locate object? If you could put it up here.
It is okay. It's 1,000 feet.
Yeah, it's
1,000
like
feet.
1,000 feet. Is what I know.
No ping.
Selwyn just goes, "They're gone. Very far."
Selwyn's turn ends. Noxus motions for the knights to lay down their weapons and walks right up next to you, Asher, going, "Why did my assistant leave with your two companions?"
Your guess is as good as mine. I look at, because up until now Asher hasn't really picked up on anything, so I look at everybody else who was here. Any ideas?
They're doing her own admission, I assume.
Yeah, she really doesn't like you.
Steve lowers his bow and turns to the cat. You wanna know the truth?
That would be a
While we
start.
don't know,
Continue.
while we don't know where they went, from what we learned today, I don't think you did. What our friend was alluding to earlier.
And meanwhile, you people, were you the ones who assaulted our compound and killed my men?
think at this point you shouldn't be worried about us. As much as you should be worried about your assistant.
He makes another hand motion. All the guards go at ease. Separate from you all. The cause fear is still causing the rest of the guards to just stay back, not following orders. As the rest of the
Yeah,
mages.
Prisma's still staring at them.
Mm-hmm. Stalsum is just fucking there. But Noxus crosses his hands and says, "Tell me what you know." And then we'll transition over to wherever this place is. Kirjin, Ellie, you are in this dark, unfamiliar ruin. All you see around you is a well, as well as a further within. You see what was probably a guard tower before, but with both of you having dark vision, roll me a perception check as you take in
I don't
more of
have
the.
dark vision.
Oh, you don't have dark vision. Then
Yeah,
disadvantage.
Dragonborn
for
doesn't
you.
have.
Damn.
Disadvantage.
So yeah,
Oh! Doesn't matter.
very nice. Very good.
Nice, nice.
Very nice.
Ellie, you look around and do not see your companions. And you're really only able to take in just what is around you immediately. This tent with a it seems very untouched. Like it was set up long ago, but has not been used for a while. There's a fire pit. Well, next to Siandra, she isn't standing on it. But there's a fire pit there with an empty bowl, flame unused as of recent, and just the well next to you. Kirjin, you see through the heavy cracks, and you see that this wall is torn down so you can peer within the structure. What little moonlight does peer down from the sky above shines a light on the wall behind here. And what you see is what you see are hewn images into the stonework itself, depicting humans and owlbears locked in battle. You haven't seen this place before, but that is what else you pick up from around you.
With a tight grip on her staff as the staff glows, she immediately turns around and looks at Siandra with anger on her eyes and says, "Where have you taken us? What have you done to our friends?" And then like she looks at Kirjin and then looks at Siandra.
Jin just looks down a little bit confused still. Yeah. What is going on?
A question for a question. What is going on is that I have kept you safe for now.
The crap. What's safe? Why aren't the others here? We'd much rather accompany our friends rather than being safe ourselves.
That may be a fair point, but you two of your group are the ones with the most powerful objects. around you. And from what you've told me, Kerjin, Ellie is very, very special. So I want to ask again. My turn now. What did you gain?
Told you all we know. What we picked up from the tower. That's all. Like we said, it wasn't much to begin with.
Fine. Then I'll have to pry it out of you. She reaches forth and tries to grasp you, Ellie, by the shoulder.
I will try to like remove herself from me.
She will attempt an attack roll at this point. As she just tries to, with a mere touch, place a hand on Ellie's shoulder. That is a 28 to hit.
Yep.
You have shield. Oh wait.
I do, but like it doesn't matter because it's 28. And I don't have reactions technically because it's still the turn from previous. Like it was her turn.
Technically, you have a reaction now. It's
Yeah.
been enough time
Oh, okay.
since you've been
Yeah,
talking.
but it's not enough.
Too high.
28 is too high.
Okay.
Wait. What's your 19 is your base AC, right?
Yep.
Cutting words.
Roll your cutting words. You both have reactions.
7.
Okay.
21.
21. Shield.
Erjin just swipes Siandra's hand away from Ellie. Don't you touch her.
She counterspells the shield. Your cutting words are able to slow her down by a bit, but not before she's able to merely brush against Ellie's shoulder. And you feel this rancid cold spread out from that point on. You take 5 points of cold damage. Not a lot. However, I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Con save. Wait. Saving throw, right? Okay.
Saving throw, yes.
Ta-da. This is with +4 proficiency because stone. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Damn. As you feel this cold emanate from your body, it spreads outwards, but you manage to hold against it. And in this moment, Siandra moves away and goes, well, seems like this will be harder than I anticipated. And I think there, we can take a break because we've been going for a while. And I think, Sen, you need to get something first, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to take a delivery.
But yes. In the meantime, we shall take a quick break, and when we get back, we shall continue this tense storyline. How are you guys doing?
Boo! Boo!
go!
Boo this man!
Let's fucking go!
We shall be right
Bro,
back. Mhm.
at the
I
start
knew
of this at the start of this game, I was like, while you were doing the recap, I was like, that's right, something's weird.
Yes, something is always weird. But in any case, we will be right back. Probably in like 10-15 minutes, give or take. We'll get back to everybody as soon as we can. But in the meantime, everybody get some drinks, stretch around a bit. Thank you guys for tuning in. We shall be right back with the second part of today's session. See ya in a bit.
Come on. Sweet ass.
Sweetest.
Sweet
Sweet
ass.
Look at that, sweet.
Sweet ass.
Sweetest.
Sweet ass.
Sweet ass.
But-
What's that,
Hello,
gay?
everybody.
but-
Sweetest.
So
Sweet ass,
before
that's gay.
before the break, our party had met with Siandra, who at the time was helping them escape from Noxus Dighad. However, they were cornered by the southern gate of Neverwinter. There, Siandra told everybody that she would help them escape via teleportation. And as everybody joined hands to prepare for the teleportation, she only took with her Kerjin and Ellie. Separated these two. And she separated these two somewhere unfamiliar to both of them. Meanwhile, the rest of the party had been left behind in Neverwinter, facing off against Noxus Dighad. But at that point, they seemingly started to converse rather than the fight. We shall swing right back there as tensions arise here in this unnamed ruin. As Siandra steps back, facing off against Kerjin and Ellie. But for now, we go back to the southern gate. Noxus stays there with his group of Arcane Brotherhood knights and mages as he crosses his arms in front of him again and continues to ask. Tell me, what do you know?
Shall we start from the very... Oh shit, I'm sorry. Shall we start from the very start?
And you want us to talk about it in front of everyone else?
He waves a hand, and all of them begin to recede back into where they came from, out of view, out of earshot. Stalls him, sort of like shuffles past everybody, glancing back at Prisma every now and then.
I imagine Prisma, like, I only see it, but at least, like, Prisma doesn't do anything, but he's maybe, like, since Salsim's mind is, like, she's, like, staring at him, like, staring daggers, like, he suddenly turns towards him.
She does the like thing where like she steps forward a little bit, like, oh, ano gagawin mo?
It's like, what you gonna do? Yeah.
Actually, I have a question, Red.
Yes, go
Did when Ellie got teleported, did Featherfall go with her?
Yes.
I'll say Siandra wouldn't have taken the bird. Featherfall.
She
Remains
wouldn't
there.
No,
have
he
taken
didn't.
the
No,
bed.
she didn't take him hurt.
All right.
And Featherfall was on Ellie, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she wasn't flying.
Yeah. Featherfall
So-
remains hovering there, wondering where Ellie had gone.
Oh, I take the child.
You take the child as it immediately like goes over to you and perches on your shoulder.
Sorry, buddy. I'm gonna find her, I promise.
No.
Sorry, the 1 HP made me laugh.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm like, holy shit! If that fireball hit, this bird would have been fried.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
pretty much.
He, I guess, as Featherfall kind of perches on top of him, he just goes. Well, we learned about Luskan.
You read my file.
Yeah. What a
I think
Davians.
more importantly,
Yes.
we've learned about the fate of your wife and child.
You see that of all the things that you've said so far, this is the one that makes him lose a step, swallow audibly, and go, "So you have found out about my private affairs." We have more.
Yes.
Mhm.
We were looking into the, I don't know, hundreds of undead that have been rising throughout the land.
And you suspected
We-
me.
At the time, you were the only one we thought of that might be capable of doing so. I'm not gonna lie, when we saw the journal, I thought we found a motive. Strange as it was.
Then, honestly, it didn't feel that way to me after we read it. Quite the opposite.
Be that as it may, you have committed grave crimes. But it seems we have something larger to deal with at the moment.
A common enemy.
Indeed. Did she mention at all where she was heading?
Somewhere
said-
far?
Somewhere far outside the city.
Past
Past
Helm's
Helm's Hold.
That could be anywhere. A clue. Anything.
Did she say something? Did she say anything? No, right? She just said.
No.
She
didn't
just
say
said
anything.
south past Helm's Hold.
Somewhere far away. If anything, we can probably
more
try
than
to
half a
contact our
day's-
friends.
Yeah.
Wait,
She.
I am
Go ahead.
confused. We trust him now?
We don't. I don't think so. No offense.
None taken.
I think for now we have a standstill. A truce.
Ellie and
Correct.
Church, much more important to me than, well, whatever business we have here. So, whatever it takes to get them back, I'm willing to do.
Return to me my journal first. It seems as though she left behind the one who had possessed it, luckily enough. And Spressa sort of like grabs your hand a bit tighter, Steve, and looks towards you. Looks towards the rest of the party.
Steve kind of like motions his head towards Dickhead.
She circles
Leave it
around,
to him.
takes out the notebook from her pack, and returns the book. He snatches it from her hands and goes, "I assume you've read through it. Like you've said, you know of my past, you know of my loss. But did you read beyond what's on the pages?"
Did we?
We read the latest, is what I remember.
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah. Wait, what was on the latest
We-
page? I can't remember. That was so long ago. Holy shit.
Manipulating the protective magic on the Never Death Graveyard.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's what I remember, yeah.
Like
Did-
he was trying to reverse engineer it, right? It
Yeah, reverse engineer it.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm. You acknowledge the information that you've found within there. And he goes, "It sounds as though you had only read the surface. I need not go into the
Well-
details, but it is good."
We didn't find anything about raising the dead. I mean,
Yeah.
raising armies of dead.
Yeah.
It's just when you think about raising the dead and raid undoing the Never Dead graveyard.
Considering the recent turn of events, seemed suspicious. You have to at least agree with that.
I can see your hypothesis. Did she read it? If your guess is correct, and if Siandra is the one truly behind this, did she read it?
No, we never showed it to her.
Then I give
Nar.
you more credit than I expected.
Nar.
Nar.
What I would give to have an Aussie in this party. What I would give.
In any case, Gnosis goes and closes the book, recites something under his breath, and opens it again. Suddenly, the ink on the page itself begins to glow this silvery blue light. Then it is safe. We can discuss this further in safety. I need to find my assistant, and you need to find your companions. Is this... And then reaches out towards Featherfall. Featherfall, like, does the bird thing. And just like...
The bird thing.
It's just like
Bird thing where it uses the side eye.
just move
Like what?
side eyes and like moves away from the hand.
Protectively, Asher kind of like, yeah, also kind of,
Yeah, pulls away.
yeah, it's like, yeah, what about it?
If this is the familiar of your wizard companion, then it may lead us to where they are.
Can you do that first, buddy? I don't speak out.
He doesn't know how to take that.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, did Nick actually snort?
Yeah, I know.
He's just
I know. I'm very disarming.
he just like raises his chin a bit and like squints just a second, and he rolls his eyes. One of his rings then glows very, very bright. His eyes glaze over as well. Wherever they are, I can't reach them via typical divination means.
What you mean? Like you're getting blocked, or they're too far? What's the?
I can't. Meaning wherever they are, it is protected. Must
Are
find
you
them.
the one who have been spying on us?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Someone's been spying on us. Again, we thought you would be the only one powerful enough to do so.
Before tonight, I've had no interest in you people.
So somebody else doing it.
I mean, if anything, it probably points towards a certain someone who just
A
took
certain, yeah. This
Gershon
is,
away from us.
this is becoming more and more apparent by the minute. Can I insight check him though?
Yeah,
Can
go
I
ahead.
like just get like a general vibe check of him?
Vibe check. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know his vibes.
I want to know, like, okay, so I want to know his actual kind of like
Goal.
demeanor towards us.
Yes.
Like, how does he feel about us, like right now? Is what, like, I get he probably hates us, but like,
Insight check. Yes.
is there more to this?
Ooh, it's going higher nga.
It is.
Right?
Yeah. With a 20 insight, his guard has definitely gone down than before. He was ready to go on a war path against you. You've noticed as well that like one of his hands remains stationary at all times. The other one is the one casting or giving orders. The other one stays close to his chest, and it seems to have this like one of the rings in particular is like thrumming continuously. And it's like this obsidian onyx-like material that he's held this entire time, now that you're up close to him. It's slowly powering down as you speak. A visual indicator that he really is letting down his guard a bit. But his demeanor towards you specifically is, these people are being used as well.
Strangest of bedfellows. Okay. Then how do you suppose we get past their defenses?
Siandra is powerful in her own right. I'm sure any means of divination would be beyond typical spells. Unless your companions contact us. Or this creature leads us to them. A familiar should have some indication of where their master is. They are able to walk into it. If they are too far, then it might be difficult. But it's the best chance we have.
I look at Featherfall and I go, what do you think? You could want to give that a shot? What does that mean? Steve, you're a ranger.
Does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. You have more experience with animals than I do.
Not with owls in particular.
What does that mean? Can I get an insight check on maybe what that means?
Roll me an animal handling check instead of insight.
All right, I'm actually proficient. Let's go.
Yeah, you've dealt with a lot of animals.
23. Let's go.
23 animal handling. You can sense the owl looking around, trying to see where Ellie is. And it feels like they are unable to speak. They aren't able to give specific directions. But you see its head swivel 180 degrees.
180.
Yeah, 180
Damn,
degrees
fuck.
around.
That's freaky.
Mm-hmm. Owls, man. They're crazy. And
Yeah, they're crazy.
pointing somewhere to the southeast.
I recognize that, and I whistle, and Helga comes running.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, he has a lead.
We have the cart.
I can go on ahead. Prisma, you wanna come with?
Where else am I gonna go?
He smiles at you. He puts his hand on your shoulders and see that you're a little bit hurt. He casts lay on hands. 20 points.
Spress will do the same just so that these two try to top you up a little bit.
Oh, you guys don't have beacon anymore?
I know, 1 minute.
1 minute. It's already
Okay.
passed at this
Yeah,
point
1
for
minute,
this
yeah.
conversation.
Sorry,
Okay,
how
for
much?
sure.
How much?
20
from-
plus...
Yeah, 20 from Asher, 20.
Yeah, 20 from me. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, one moment. I'm still checking how many. Okay, here. I was like, which one? Here you go. 22 from Spressa.
So 42 hit points.
Nice. That's good. That's very good.
That's a lot of healing.
That's a lot
Yeah,
of
That's
fucking
a
healing.
lot of healing.
Yeah, that's a lot of healing.
Yeah, that was a level 4
Can Selwyn also cast
on herself.
Yeah.
wounds on herself?
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say Spressa's also probably gonna top.
Yeah.
Someone up if that's the case.
Yeah.
So, as you are all discussing now the means to get there, Noxus goes, "You said beyond Helm's Hold, yes."
I. JK, Selwyn doesn't have cure wounds prepared, so she does not.
Did that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, no.
29 plus 29.
29. Okay, thank
So
you.
that, yeah, no more level 4 for Suppressor, just FYI.
That's 50 points.
I can bring us far in that direction, but I can only do it twice. Ow, I bit my cheek.
Youch. Youch.
He says that-
God, I hate it when that happens.
But I can only do it twice more. Is there a way for you to bring us quickly south, where we can check again?
Only
Selwyn
one
has
place.
Long Strider.
There's only one place, at least for a little further south, but it'll probably take us away from the path.
We can triangulate the movement once we find somewhere else. Unfortunately, I don't have any gateways
we-
south of here.
Any what?
Are we sure?
Any what south of here? Sorry. I missed
Gateways?
that.
Gateways, I think you said.
Gateways.
No
Okay.
gateways out of here.
Also, what was
Uh,
that, Prisma? You were asking something?
Are we sure?
Are we sure about this?
About what?
Would you rather walk? Is that what you're asking?
It's just that place is. We don't want to bring trouble there.
Oh, are we going?
No,
Do I know what we're?
that's... No, that's exactly why. It's like, there's one other place, but it's not gonna bring us any closer. That's why I was like,
Yeah, we're not going all the way.
Where,
no,
where are you guys
Right.
referring to? Just so I know as a dungeon master.
I think Prisma's like
Phandalin?
Phandelver. Yeah.
Phandalin.
yeah, and
Phandalin, yeah.
You do have a teleportation circle there. That is further south.
but
But
it's not,
that's
it's not
too
further
far
than
south.
It's
Yeah.
further than Helmshold.
Yes, but
That's why it's a bit far.
yeah, but
But Prisma's concern is also still like, you know, she
Mine.
doesn't want to bring untrusted people there.
well, I mean, the only thing I know of is the encampment that the Neverwinter Guard set by the crossroads, by that intersection that leads
No, but yeah,
south
but we don't.
to-
No, but regardless, we don't have a way to get there.
Yeah, I don't.
Besides that,
Wait, where is
It's-
where was he planning to teleport us if that was the case?
If you ask him outright, he was gonna say Waterdeep.
Oh,
No, that's far.
that's
That's
too
too far. That's way farther.
Well, Phandelver is the only way.
Phandalin's the
Phandalin's the
other.
only other circle we have.
Water things.
But are we sure it's that far?
No, and then yeah, and then there's the whole Prisma's like,
Yeah. I guess we could
That's
just like
a vulnerable place for us to bring somebody we don't 100% trust.
yeah, we could just ride it out, see which direction I think is
how? Okay, here, quick question, Red.
Mhm.
How far from Waterdeep to Helmshold? How many days?
damn, that's a
If
lot
it's
of
just, if
days.
it's just, yeah,
10 to 12.
10. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah. So yeah, I think it definitely it's Phandalin or we book it.
Or we just book it. From here to Helmshold is a day?
A day
Right.
and a half.
Day and a half.
A
Day and a half.
Yeah. This is what I remember from when we went from Helmshold to here.
From what Siandra was telling us earlier when she wanted us to book it, was she like a little past Helmshold? She just said it was
Past
past Helmshold.
Helmshold.
Past Helmshold, so
Yeah. So
I'm
at least a
assuming
day
it's
and a
within
half.
this map.
Yeah. I think we could just book it. Because from Phandalin to Helmshold is 2 days, 3 days.
2-3 days, yes.
Days.
Yeah.
2 days.
So, assuming we just dash action all the way over there, double pace,
I think we're closer here from here than if we go to Phandalin anyway. Right?
Yeah,
That
I
makes sense.
agree with that.
Assuming
Yeah.
you're discussing this out loud, Noxus will say, I will leave members of the Arcane Brotherhood here to watch over the Cloak Tower, as well as the chasm, in case she does return to those places. I will also have people guard her room, in case she has left something there. But what I offer is instantaneous.
We might be going a bit too far if we go water deep.
And we also might be going.
Days far.
There is that Swamp Town, Leyland.
Do you have means to get there?
We might be a little ways off. It might bring us somewhere around. It may bring us exactly there. But it'll be instant.
And
I
then
think
we
that's a
just
better bet.
move from there. Yeah. I think that'll be better. I think that's a better plan.
Before, how soon are we leaving?
Now,
Considering you'll just leave word to the Brotherhood?
he closes his eyes. Word has been sent.
Can we also try to contact our friends via sending and shit? Is that a thing?
Make any
Um,
preparations you may want.
have it prepared.
Espressa can
Oh, I do have it
Espresso.
prepared.
Ishpressa
Do it.
tapped.
once.
But Prisma has
Ah.
two spell slots higher.
Hang on.
She has
I'm-
Espressa has it once, and then she has one more spell slot higher, but I'm keeping it for something just in case.
Hang on. I'm checking Selwyn's sheet.
Okay.
She does not have it prepared.
Damn it.
Yeah, usually Selwyn does not have
Sending,
it
yeah.
prepared.
Make any preparations you will need. I shall attempt to teleport us to Leyland.
Well, I think I'm good.
Well, for anything, Steve kind of just steps up in front of everyone and in front of the cat, and
He looks down at you.
looks up at the cat.
Mhm.
Holds his maintains eye contact and holds his hand out to him. Tentative truce.
Agreed. As he clasps your hand, from one of the rings on his hands, as he's holding on to yours, it shines brightly. This sort of like onyx moonstone, or like this dark moonstone that fills the entire space around you with blackness. And suddenly, you all feel like you're being pulled somewhere else. As you, your group, and the cat are teleported to Leyland. As you arrive there, it is night. It is quiet. You just roll a d20 to see exactly where you end up. A d100 to see exactly where you end up. Second here. Do.
In the swamp, do it.
Asher has this horse with him, if I remember correctly.
He can bring you. It's him and 8 other people anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yes. But for my role,
In the swamp, do it.
It's my swamp.
Our swamp.
wow,
Nice.
exactly in the town center of Leyland,
Oh, nice.
surrounded by
Nice.
quiet marketplace, except you hear from behind you,
Blurm it.
ah, spirits, apparitions.
Oh no!
I knew it!
The legends were true. Like exactly, I rolled a 95, which is on fucking target. Nice.
Well, I forgot you were here.
I live here.
I
Be ye ghosts.
No, don't you recognize us? Whatever. I look at Featherfall.
Hey, Fluttermint.
The unharmed one.
The unharmed one. The unharmed one.
And as this conversation happens, and Noxus does look at Featherfall. Featherfall turns their head again. Eastward. Northeast. Directly here from the map. Bark, 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 bark. Indeed.
Bark, 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 bark.
This direction. Bark, bark.
Sorry, I don't
I
know
did.
what east is.
East to the right. East to the right.
Here. Like this direction. And Noxus goes, I didn't mean to bring this dog.
Whoops. Don't worry, that dog always manages to find us anyway.
Intriguing. But just goes this direction. Northeast this time.
Alright. I guess
I'm
this is-
sorry. You keep saying this. I don't see where this is.
Go down to Leylon.
Go
Aren't
down
you
to
on the...
I'm at Leylon.
Yeah, it was
I'm-
not going that way.
Oh, there it is.
No, that's Nyx. That's Nyx.
Red.
That's me.
Here,
Red.
here,
Okay.
here it is.
Right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
this way, this way.
There's a red arrow.
This direction.
This direction.
Okay.
Pointed towards Phandalin, from what you would know. That direction.
Oh.
And at that point, Noxus goes, let's make a plan. Transition over to the other side of things.
Oh boy.
Boy.
Let's make a plan. I got time for plans.
Got time for plans. I need to rescue my wife.
Wife.
My wife. You all, the two of you, now at a standstill in front of Siandra, who sort of like hovers back a bit and looks towards you. So we're doing this.
Hey, looks like it.
I need the two of you to roll me initiative. Remove all turns first. There we go.
I did promise you a performance. I'm a little tired, so I hope I don't disappoint.
Nice, nice. We roll initiative. Yep. She goes first.
Damn it.
Siandra. Mhm. Reaches out towards the both of you. Actually, reaches out towards you, Kerjin. And says, won't you join me? As you feel those words echo around your mind, your head is filled with thoughts of the times that you spent together and this joyful, pleasant experience. I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw as she casts Dominate Person.
And I, Luckblade.
Yes, you can.
Really?
Also, yes, you can luck blade.
Come on, baby. Well, that's gonna be.
Ellie, you watch as Kerjin is about to take a stance. As you stand side by side versus Siandra. But then his head shakes and contorts. And your eyes... And you see Kerjin's eyes glow red. Kerjin, you are dominated.
We don't have any more reactions to here, right? Because we used it earlier.
Technically, that was another turn.
You do. That was.
This
yeah.
is a new. This is a new turn.
Oh, so I can still do it, right? Like counter spell.
If you would like to, counterspell at what level?
Like let's... I will counter spell at level. No, at its level.
Third level. Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me intelligence check. Spellcasting ability modifier.
Been past a minute na ba, or
What? Sorry?
Ellie still has that inspiration on you?
Ellie would still have the inspiration from earlier. If you want to use it, you could use it. Natural 20.
Let's go!
You feel,
Yo!
Let's go.
you feel her taking control over you, Kerjin. All the honeyed words, all the experiences, the feelings that you may or may not have felt for her are now trying to solidify within you. But as they enter your ears, Ellie, you shout out an arcane equation, counteracting hers, shaking you out of it. You are no longer. Mhm. Go ahead.
Ellie goes, You're not taking any more of my friends.
You are interesting. That is. Siandra will then just take one step back towards a tent, awaiting your next move. That is her turn. Ellie, it is now your turn.
Okay, I know, like I said, it might not be good, but we don't know. So I will take Kerjin's hand and do an attempt of this away from her.
She will also
Oh god.
counterspell that.
Wait.
Do you do anything?
Lower than a 14, baby. Let's go.
No, I'm out of reaction.
She uses a higher level spell slot, so she doesn't have to roll.
Boo! Boo!
As you attempt to pull yourself away from... pull yourself away from this place. You hear her mutter out this darker version of the words that you spoke. As your dimension door shatters, right as it was forming in the air. And she goes, "Anything you can do, I can do better, child. Now, come and settle down." That is your action, Ellie.
Uh-huh. That's my only thing I can do.
Kerjin, it is your turn.
Wait.
After you, man.
I'm still. Let me just look at
It's
this
up.
for a
It's up.
second.
It's up to you.
You can.
This is not our call.
Yeah.
I can do. And with what happened,
Uh-huh.
no, it's on the same plane of existence.
Can you say that again? Sorry, it was very soft.
Yeah, I'm still
No.
thinking.
He's reading. He's reading. He's
Oh,
reading
I see.
something.
I see. I thought you said
Yeah.
something. Okay, gotcha. Continue. My bad.
This is scary.
You know, right? And I really want to use this other thing. It's shit.
Honestly, at this point, it's up to the two of you. I think.
It's really up to the two of you.
Ellie, are you willing to fight? Do we fight this?
I
Do we fight or do we run?
I'd rather run. Like from the fright, from what she has done, like a more powerful spell earlier, like a darker version, and then like knowing her background, like what happened before, is like I'd rather run. Let's get away here.
Fine. Okay, just steps forward.
Ellie's like, I'd rather we run. I can still do it. I can still do it. She says.
Let me just read it again one last time.
Sure.
One last time.
You can do it, Ken.
You can do it.
You can do it, Ken.
Oh, come on, now you choose to load so slow.
Back.
Back.
This dog.
This dog brought to you by Head and Shoulders.
Head and shoulders. Head
Okay.
and shoulders.
Don't use them on
because
dogs.
he's bald? Question mark.
Yes, he's very bald.
Oh, wait, no, there's. Yeah.
He found the rub.
He found the rope.
There's
There's
the
the rope.
It won't work because of the stupid claws. Oh, well, backup spell it is.
Okay. It's your backup spell. Let's go. Let's go.
Tiny hut.
Okay, let me just put in my inventory. How do you? Oh, you can just. Come on. I don't think so. But yeah. Cajun steps up, and if you notice, he is chanting something under his breath. And the pale light surrounding the luck blade glows with an ominous black aura. As he uses the last one, and he says, lurking in the shadows, under veil of night, constellation of blood heroine, dancing through the graves of those who stand at night. Dreams of the black throne keep on repeat. You wanted to know what my power was, Ellie? and he casts Illusory Dragon. And you can guess who is influencing it.
Thordak. Oh,
Oh. It creates a huge shadowy dragon in an unoccupied space that I can see within range. Be very mad. Someone from the ashes. The puppet master congregates all the masses, pulling strings, twisting minds as blades hit. You want this power? Then come, try, and take it. You'll do. Then, as it appears, Yandra needs a wisdom saving throw or frightened for a minute. Yep, or be frightened.
of course she is.
Ooh!
Of course she is.
Sorry, love. The first thing they taught us back in college was don't stick your dick in crazy. Okay. I'll just move away. Ellie, stand back. I'll assign the type as, of course, cold. And yeah, let's go illusory breath. 76 or but make an again saving throw, please. Yes. Okay, half damage. 76. Don't multiply.
Okay.
Oh wait, echoes. Fuck. Oh my god, everything's just going off. Intrusive echoes. Intrusive echoes. God damn it, man. There we go.
I knew
Or shit. Oh shit. Wait. Wait. What?
Oh no! I think I misclicked something and I was muted during that time. But to recap what has happened, Kerjin has used a wish spell to summon forth an illusory dragon of his dark echo from within him. It has formed into Soul's large shadow dragon form, unleashing a breath of cold onto Siandra, whose skin melted and shattered away, revealing her undead true self. That's pretty much it. But in Kerjin's eyes, you do not see Siandra for the moment. You see a scared golden dragonborn, frozen in ice. Your movement's slow, but you can still see the real world as of now. But it overlaps, and you're not sure where you're stepping at the moment. But it's only for the end of your next turn. But that is visually what you see. Let me add her true form into here, as you've exposed Siandra for what she truly is. You, Ellie, recognize immediately what she is. From the depths of every wizard's storybooks, you see what happens when magic truly overtakes a person's form and power corrupts from within. You see that Siandra is a lich, sending waves of fear in the back of your spine. Oh no, I think she's reconnecting because I'm cutting off on her end. We'll say that again. Lots of audio issues. It's okay. It's the first time that we've been back in a while, but I hope everybody's having fun now that you can actually hear me. Thankfully, my players could hear me, which, I mean, is important, but I'm very sorry that that was not recorded.
we good. I'm good.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. It was just like choppy.
I
Like
see.
it was hard to hear. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But then you see Siandra's true form, a lich. The epitome of arcane study and necromantic magic.
Really, not just Kerjin. No, we gotta get out of here. I don't know about. I don't know how you summoned this dragon, but we gotta get out of here.
Oh. Ellie, if you can hear me, I know you're there. You get out of here. I'll hold her off as long as I can.
No.
Not the time to argue, Ellie.
Oh,
I won't leave you here.
and I thought we had something special, Kerjin. Is that the end of your turn, Kerjin?
Let's see, bonus action. Yeah, that's it.
She uses a legendary action, now that she's been revealed, to reach out towards you and caress your cheek. You feel cold air surround it as she tries to reach towards you. That is a 19 to hit. Does that hit?
Let me see my AC. Wait, I do have this on after that. Wait, right? Ah, there it is. I would like to use reaction field from my glass staff.
Very nice. Okay. And you haven't used your reaction at this point yet. It was Ellie that used her reaction. Correct.
Yeah,
Okay. Shield.
and it was the end of my turn as
Yes.
well.
Roll me a d20, just for shits and giggles, in case we can make
Oh
this
yeah,
even
oh
more
yeah, oh yeah.
chaotic. 13.
Just no time to roll a
Oh
one.
my god.
Gotcha. You block off her attack as you feel this burst of cold right as it's about to touch your chin. You manage to sense what's happening in the real world, and you manage to block it off with your arcane magic. Deflecting her off, her hand goes wide, and she goes, a pity. You've grown so much more fascinating now.
Let's just say you could have used some more moisturizer.
Cute. As it is now her turn.
Oh wait, that's a legendary action. Shit. It wasn't an action.
She floats around the both of you and goes, smiles towards you now, Ellie, hiding none of her excitement as to what's going on. She goes, I ask you again, return to me what is mine.
Oh shit.
As she speaks out in Elven the word for stop. Do you do anything as a reaction?
Wait, what? What did you say? First what?
The word stop in Elvish as you feel your muscles begin to tense up.
Is she casting a spell?
She is casting a spell. Yes.
I will keep on trying.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did it cast? Oh, it did submit.
Counter spell.
Okay.
At what level are you casting this?
Wait. Oh shit. I'll cast it at level 5.
Still, you have to roll me a intelligence check, spellcasting ability modifier, please.
Okay. Did it roll? Oh shoot! What the fuck?
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
Very
Holy
nice.
fuck!
Very nice.
Let's go!
Will she expend another one just to stop that? No, yeah, she's into it. She's into it. She's gonna try and counterspell you. Not using a higher level spell slot, but we'll try using just her intellect to overpower you. As she tries to counterspell your counterspell. I thought you love arcane fights, everybody.
Mage fight.
What are you doing? Mage fight. Okay, I thought you were casting a spell that was called
No, no,
Mage
no,
fight,
no.
and I was like, what's that spell?
Oh, what the?
What's that spell? Okay. She will attempt to counterspell your counterspell. DC 15, because you're casting it level. I'm using special dice for this. She is unable to counterspell your counterspell.
Yes!
As you feel your body begin to tense up, you use the last of your movement to throw up a sigil, preventing her spell from taking form. She tries the same, and it's the same dark, malevolent energy that you now know comes from being a powerful lich. But somehow, as you... Do you cast it with your staff?
Yes, I cast it with my staff.
You manage to muscle through it and cast counterspell as well. She tries to fight it. And then her eyes go wide. The excitement, the thrill of battle, shaking from within her as she looks at the staff, looks at you, sees her spell falter, and goes, "The Black Staff. You." As anger and recognition fills her eyes. It's now your turn, Ellie.
Ellie, with all her might, will grab Kirjin and go. I will do it again with Kirjin. I'm bringing Kirjin along.
She no longer has a reaction. Which direction do you teleport?
Westward.
Westward?
Yeah.
Westward. She screeches out as you attempt to escape, knowing that she was unable to stop you. And she goes, "I will find you, and I will end you." As your magic surrounds the both of you, the dragon left behind by Kerjin remains roaring out as Sol faces off against Siandra by himself, and you are flung 500 feet westward.
Kerjin disappears. He says, "Soul, keep her at bay!"
With pleasure. As Kerjin and Ellie, you find yourself now no longer surrounded by high stone walls. You are able to see your surroundings. 500 feet west of where you were.
Yeah. She's just making a guess.
He's making a guess. Gotcha.
Like she's too scared to figure things out at all. So.
You and Kerjin arrive here. In an open plain with hills surrounding the both of you. Let me get rid of the turn order for now. You see Ice Spire Peak to your southwest. Familiar hills roaming around. And just over one of the hills, you see Coneyberry. You are a few miles northeast of Phandalin. And you now recognize where you are. Roll me a history check, by the way.
History check.
23. It just hits you what the place you were at was, Ellie. As the fight prolonged, you were able to make out some descriptions that you had heard of before. Mentioned to you once, Ellie, by a certain gentleman owning an apple orchard, Darren Edermath, had once mentioned a well located northeast of Phandalin known as Old Owl Well. And that must have been where you came from. But right now, you are seemingly safe from Siandra. But who knows how long that will last.
Me, I take a deep breath out of fright, and then ask Kirjin, "Are you okay?"
You're just trying to focus from the time dilation he's still experiencing, but I'm fine.
We I don't want to. With where we are, I don't want to lead her towards the people. Maybe we should head over there, and then points towards where Coneyberry is.
Yeah,
But
we can hide.
then maybe, yeah,
We
then
can hide
maybe,
over there.
then maybe I could, on the way, I could message them where we are
Right.
and where we were from.
Wait, give me a second. Kerjin asks Ellie to stay a bit away from him for a bit as he casts a level 2 long strider on both of
I'm
them.
ways away. I'm ways away, like just enough for the long
Because,
time.
yeah, I don't have Tides of Chaos. Let us search.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Shit!
What?
Pronunciation!
I'm the only one there, so
Wait, within 60 feet.
60 feet.
And
A
Long
random
Strider
one.
needs how many feet?
Oh yeah. Let me pull that up. You are within that. At least it's not fireball.
How far is Longstrider? Click on it so we can see. It's a touch. You would be right next to each
Never
other,
mind.
and there's no other creatures
Yeah.
nearby.
Let's go!
So it's a 50-50.
Assigning
50-50.
assigning you as heads, Kerjin, because you started this. Assigning you as
Yep.
tails, Ellie, because you're the other person.
Give it to me, give it to me.
As you cast Longstrider upon yourself, ready to fucking book it, you just oh god. As you feel sick in your stomach.
It explains the split.
Roll
It explains a lot of it.
roll a 1d4 to see how long you're poisoned for.
Why?
Amazing. Perfect. Of course.
4 hours!
Hey!
Oh, God.
Hey,
Wait,
man.
does this would this be like a damage thing? 'Cause I don't know.
No. It's just poison
It's a
condition.
yeah.
It doesn't do anything else. You have a disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Basically, you're
Yeah.
Okay,
rushing
okay,
very
okay.
quickly, but you see Kerrigan is just like about to hurl with every step.
Okay,
But
and then yeah,
Going.
and then
Fine.
okay, as we run, I cast sending.
okay, what do you cast? What do you say?
I say, everyone, we're at Coneyberry. We managed to escape from that lich. She was a lich from the old owl well. And then, but Kirjan is poisoned.
Who are you casting this on?
Question?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna
yeah,
say,
can
who?
you
Yeah,
start
why are you
this
sending
as a
it
single
through? You can
target
send one
spell?
person.
It
Sorry,
was
sorry,
one
sorry,
person.
sorry, chill.
It's okay, it's okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
Good, good, cool.
We're fine. We're just gonna ask.
Adrenaline.
Oh, all three DMs, huh? Which one?
Wait, hang on.
Yeah,
Who is
sorry,
this?
sorry, hang on.
It's
It's
alright.
Asher, it's Asher.
Of course,
Okay.
of course,
Alright.
Of course.
of course, of
Okay.
course. Yeah, fuck. You didn't need to ask that, actually.
But sorry, because I forgot.
No, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We just needed confirmation. It's fine. It's okay, DMs, I got this. It's okay, Calculate, we got this. So,
Everyone, huh?
so, you hear this in your head as you and Noxus are trying to figure out where exactly Featherfall is pointing to.
Asher just all of a sudden goes up and pipes up, Komi Bear! I heard her in my head.
Then Coneyberry. Let's get going then.
We're on our way.
You all.
I look at Noxus.
Mhm. He nods quickly towards you and goes, I've heard of it. That should be enough. As you all are once again teleported over, you feel the same pull in your backs as shadows surround all of you. I am now going to roll once again for teleport to see if there's a mishap going on.
It's
There.
like old
Do it.
Owlwell.
One second. One second.
Agatha's there. Do it.
we were
We go.
we transported directly into the old Owlwell. We just
Yep.
replaced them.
Yep.
It's like,
This
oh
is it, we're
shit,
here.
oh
Sounds
shit,
cool,
oh
let's
shit, you're not
go.
Siontra, and what the fuck are you? It's also just like,
Giant fucking illusion.
we haven't been introduced. And so here we are. Okay. As Noxus tries to teleport you all.
Come on,
1 second.
come on, Noxy.
Oh.
1 second.
Oh.
Come on,
Something
Noxy.
happened.
Oh my.
Come on, Noxy.
Full damage. Full damage.
TPK.
1 second. Let me just read something. It would be. Okay. Shit. The shadows coalesce around all of you. And as he's heard of it before, you hear him mutter. Abandoned village. Ruined by the times. Bring me there. In haste. As
Thunder Tree.
the surrounding areas are swallowed by shadow. And you appear in Thunder Tree.
It is Thunder Tree.
Oh,
I
no.
knew it.
It was
I knew it.
it was
Village.
it was similar area. Which is
This isn't Kobe
That's
Berry.
fine.
and he goes, never said I was perfect.
Shit.
Close enough, I guess.
If anything, we're familiar.
If your friends can find a way towards us, that would be better. I have
How about
one more try, if we would like to. Bear in mind, if it is somewhere I am unfamiliar, we may be brought somewhere far worse. As you see Thornies and Vegapygmies appear from around you, you arrive right in front of Radot's door, and he just goes, "Hello."
What the fuck?
Oh,
Oh shit.
What are you doing here?
With well, funny you should ask.
Who is this?
We're
No time for introductions. I get it. And he just focuses.
Rada! He turned us into birds! Wait, what the fuck is this accent? It's still...
I wasn't sure actually who was talking. Mm-hmm.
We need to get to Kobe Berry fast.
We can fly.
It's 7 p.m.
oh shit.
we've woken you up at worse times?
And there's a
very
glitch on the loose.
he's like his bed cap is like twirls around. Birds.
Birds will do.
Whatever, you know.
Carrying ones. The usual.
And Noctis goes, no teleportation.
Can't risk it.
Let's not risk it.
I shall save my spell slots. And Raydot just goes.
Good, we might need it for sure.
Raydot just goes. Birds. And he just goes, casually, birds. And birds appear from the air. Like leaves form around in like miniature twisters. And as they fall down, there's just a bunch of birds for you all. Giant eagles.
Oh my god.
Wait, I just gotta check conjure animals really quickly.
Yes,
This is
Yes, please. Birds.
birds. You
Birds.
can't be bothered. Giant eagle. Let me just check the stats for it. It is a CR. 1 second. What the fuck kind of creature is this? CR1 creature, so we can summon. At higher level, so you can choose one of me. Twice as many with a 5th level slot. Twice as many. He summons 4 giant eagles. And he goes,
That should be more enough for us.
yes, you could
Yeah.
ride 2 on each if you would like to.
Yeah.
And he goes, you have an hour. Go! Would you?
Prisma uses her circlet to cast Speak with Animal, and talks to one of the giant eagles, and
Mm-hmm.
we haven't met, but we have somewhere to be. Yep.
Okay! Where?
Follow my lead, and she pushes forward.
Oh yeah, because you can fly, right? Okay. Then you fly ahead of everybody. The giant eagles can keep up with you easily because they have a flight speed of 80 feet. So
God damn.
over the
Well, at some point, I will ride them because they have faster speed than I am. But yeah,
yes,
I mean, you can get on one and go ahead.
yeah.
yes, essentially.
That's what I mean by pushing forward.
Yeah.
Like basically like guiding the bird.
Yes, but essentially, the party rides the birds. Raydot stays behind, unsure what has happened besides summoning birds for people.
Right when we leave, Steve's just gonna. We have a lot to talk about soon.
I can tell. Isn't he the guy that we said was?
Soon.
Yes, long story. We'll
It just fucking goes.
Thanks. Bye.
He goes back to bed thinking this is just a dream.
Pretty much. He's gonna stay up for a bit because if he falls asleep, the concentration will drop and you all will die. So,
Shit.
you guys hastily make your way to Coney Bear as fast as you can. 80 feet times 10. 160 feet times 10. Let me just calculate something really quickly. 1600 feet per minute times 60 minutes. 96,000 feet. 96,000 feet to miles, which is 5,200. You can make. You can make. It's not that far unless you long strider it, but you will be able to get to like the heart of. It's around like 30 feet. 20 plus miles. With the speed. Which will get you to the heart of the Neverwinter Woods. Or if you long strider it. I'll say that
Well,
you can double the speed.
Do we have enough for long strider if ever?
Do you have?
Selwyn has the once per long rest long strider.
Okay, not enough.
So yeah, it's just one creature for her.
Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, yeah. You guys might. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we get as far as we can right before the R we drop down. Make the rest on foot.
Mm-hmm.
We good with that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Damn teleportation. Damn. But you all fly over on. Mhm.
How far is it from here to Comiberry on foot? Like how long?
From here to Coneyberry on foot, 36 miles. And
Yeah, how long? How long would that be?
normal pace without the horse. From the forest, it might take a day. Is the thing. Because it is
I can go ahead
and horse it.
and horse. I can go ahead and horse it. And I I could take one.
Yeah, I can come with. And Prisma can take one too.
Mhm. But this will happen over the hour as you're traveling, unfortunately. It isn't going to. You know what? 1 second. Let me see.
Fine Steed is like 10
Mhm.
minutes, I think.
Okay.
Just in time.
But as you're making your way there and traveling further southeast to Coneyberry to find your companions, Kerjin and Ellie, what are you guys doing over that hour? Because this has turned into a chase, pretty much.
Going. Can't
How?
stop here.
Wait,
How far
are we at?
around?
How far are we from Coneyberry? Because we need to keep going.
Yeah.
From where you
Straight
are, relative, you would be half a day's travel from Coneyberry on foot.
Oh fuck.
Half a days. Well, how many minutes is the long strider?
Long Strider is
Rider
an
is an hour.
hour.
I don't have. I don't have anything that could speed us up.
You don't have Dimension Door now, no?
No more. No more.
It's
We
fine.
have to really just run for
just
it.
hop it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the dragon only lasts for a minute, so she'd be hot on our heels soon.
Yep. Well, in the meantime, I will heal myself as we run. Here,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I got cure wounds.
Yes.
Touch myself.
Yeah.
Touch myself.
Fantastic. That's not gonna get misconstrued.
Of course.
Long Strider
No,
lasts for an
no,
hour.
no.
Speed increases by 10 feet. I would say that rather than the typical half a day, would probably be. I'll say you could get to Coneyberry. It'll really take a while. Miles aren't easy to travel unless you have things to do so.
Yeah.
But you would be able
Yeah,
to
go on.
get to Coneyberry without stopping. Half a day,
Upright
7.
dash.
You would arrive there by midnight, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Then once we get there, we find one of the still fine-looking houses to try and hide in for a moment and catch our breath.
Gotcha. In the meantime,
You are. Why didn't you just run, Ellie?
Again, like what I told you, I just can't leave you. Alright? Nobody can separate me from all of you.
A little bit of Ash talking in you, huh? Well, I am thankful you didn't leave me behind. Yeah. Thank you.
Despite the interactions, you are still my friend.
Friend. Alright. And eat the magic going back to him, because the spell should have ended by now. The shared dragon.
after the minute is up, you're expecting to feel some of your magic, some of what was taken from you return, Kerjin. 1 second. Haven't done this in a while. There we go. As you're rushing forward, during this time, Ellie, despite no sunlight being in the sky, the moon is still bright above you all, barely a cloud in the sky. And as you're rushing through the hills, you keep pace with Kerjin as he, difficult as it may, rushes forth towards Coneyberry. The two of you running side by side. But you notice something. With the moon high in the sky, you see shadows of sparse trees and yourself on the ground, following whichever creature makes it. A few birds in the sky casting a shadow, blurred nearby. Kerjin does not. You look at Kerjin's feet as you're hoofing it. Kerjin's shadow is not there. The minute is up as the both of you are running. Kerjin, you're expecting something to change from within you. To feel that heaviness of soul from within. And as you sense your connection to the spell fade, you feel empty inside. For a second, your step falters. There's like this weight that has disappeared from you. But at the same time, it feels like it's empty. Like something that has always been there has disappeared. And now you notice as well as you're running with Ellie. Your shadow does not return.
Now. He just tries to keep his mind off it and just keep pumping his legs,
The
forcing
grind.
himself to run.
Is Kerjin like showing some sort of like concern on his face, or
Yes. There's
can he ask?
that
Mhm.
look of confusion and anguish at the same time. But he tries to hide it because, well, there's more important things at hand, but there is that smidge of concern. Like, there's something happening he doesn't know and he doesn't like it.
Well, you're hiding it, right?
Trying to,
Or no?
at least, yeah.
If you'd like to, you could
Um,
roll a deception check versus an insight. Unless you would. Yes, there you go. Insight. If you'd
Yeah,
like to roll a deception check for that.
yeah.
You keep it down. You sense that there's a bit of trepidation, but this is a tense situation nonetheless, so you're not able to glean anything from it. Though you do still notice Ellie. Kerjin's shadow disappear. Now at this point,
Kerjin,
yes, go ahead. Sorry.
your shadow.
About it.
What's happened?
I don't know, okay? I'm not sure myself. But we've got a bigger problem. He's probably hot on our heels right now and keep moving. We can talk about it later.
All right.
And he
But-
stifles another gag from the poison.
All right, but if you're hiding something that I should know that could have helped us, I will get mad later.
Yeah. Ellie.
Are you
And-
having a hard time? I could just levitate you and pull you
No,
around.
no. It's not that. He stops for a moment and listen. There are a lot of things about me that I haven't told any one of you.
Clearly.
That's just the surface of it. What you saw there. How that thing knows me. That's just the start of it, but not right now, okay? I promise I will tell you someday or sometime, but not right now. And you can trust a Dragonborn sword in that.
All right.
Now,
Are you sure you don't want to get levitated?
Pull you like a balloon.
fine. I'm fine. As much as I'd love to fly again, now is not the time.
All right.
Might
We
be
continue
forced,
on.
and we just keep booking it.
You continue booking it. The rest of the party. Both hours pass as the chase continues. Soon, midway through your escape, Kerjin, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
D20. You sense something trying to probe into your mind, but you are able to resist it. You hear just a whisper of Siandra's voice go, I will find both of you, and I will make you mine.
Ellie, run, run, run! She's after us now. She just tried to find out where we were.
yeah. We just keep running.
Keep running.
Just keep running.
Just keep running as you continue heading closer and closer to Coneyberry. We transition over to the other half of the party. Isn't splitting the party fun? I did this.
You're gonna make it's gonna get worse, right? It's going to get worse.
I know.
It's gonna.
I fucking know, man. And the eagles, you can sense that their strength is waning as they begin to slowly land themselves onto a cliff face overlooking the rest of the forest. You see the edge of the tree line of the Neverwinter Wood ahead of you. Still a ways off. A long trek. What does this group do?
Give me 10 minutes.
Let's walk and talk.
Alright.
As we're walking and talking, I guess I cast Feinstein.
Selwyn goes. It's like she's distracted by something. Like she hears something, as those of you who are most perceptive, really just Steve, because Kerrigan is on the other side of the party. Steve, you
Yep.
notice around Selwyn, wind begins to pick up. And it's as though she's speaking to something, reminding you of what you saw before when you were at the Tower of Storms. There's this flash of thunderous energy as, seemingly out of nowhere, a thundercloud forms above. And this downpour of rain falls on the party. And Spressa goes, what is this? Selwyn then looks back at the party, her eyes seemingly aglow, and goes, I think I can help us. Give me 10 minutes.
Ever helps.
I think it will. She's telling me it will. Sorry, give me 1 minute. I misheard her. And the minute passes. Noxus is getting impatient as he begins tapping the ground. He goes, if we could take the risk, I could bring us there immediately.
least give her this.
Selwyn.
Just
Mhm.
yeah, go ahead.
No, you first. You first.
Nah, I was just gonna say like, just 10 minutes, I suppose.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Noxus
Do what
waits.
you gotta do.
Selwyn steps on the precipice of the stone cliff. Not too high of a drop below you, around 50, 60 feet, but still enough to sort of like cause some discomfort with you, Asher, but you're trying to not think about it. There's some more important things happening right now than your than your fear. And Selwyn begins calling the winds around her. Visibly, this twister appears around her feet as she takes one step closer and closer to the edge of the cliff before she takes one last step right off the edge, but remains afloat. You see her body begin to be surrounded in this powerful wind, and she turns translucent. And she turns around towards all of you and reaches out. Come. I can help us. Sorry, Asher. You might have to close your eyes for this.
He casts heroism on himself.
Yes, smart, actually. Very smart. As
More important things. Takes her hand.
as she takes her hand, she pulls you off the edge. And when you're expecting the pull of gravity down, you open your eyes and see that your body is transforming as well. One by one, the party is surrounded in wind. As she casts Wind Walk on everybody. Wind Walk. 6th level transmutation spell. For 8 hours, you and 10 willing creatures you can see within range assume a gaseous form for the duration. You turn into wisps of cloud. You have a flying speed of 300 feet and resistance to damage from non-magical weapons.
Oh,
God damn.
And you can take the dash action to further speed yourselves up to 600 feet per round. You will need to take 1 minute to transform back. But Selwyn goes, My lady wishes to assist us in this moment. Let's go.
Let's go.
We make our let's maybe we make our way there.
You
flying speed of 300, baby.
600, I suppose.
600
600.
per round. That's 6,000. That's a mile a minute. You'll be there in 35 minutes.
Holy shit.
5,280 feet. We know what a mile is.
Yep,
Miles per hour.
we know.
In 35 minutes, you will arrive in Coneyberry. And you slowly make your way there.
Even before us.
Pretty much. But as one half of the party is speedily making their way to the ruined town of Coneyberry, the rest of the party, Kerjin and Ellie, are still on the run. Ellie, around 30 minutes after Kerjin warned you that he was attempted, or someone, we know who it is, Siandra attempted to scry on him. You feel the same whisper in the back of your mind. I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw this time.
Wait. Is this a spell?
It's
I will keep
it is
on
it,
asking.
it is a spell. It is a spell.
Okay.
No worries.
Oh, okay. I will. Eh. Did it go? Oh wait, did it click?
It hasn't been. You can't counter spell because it needs to be a creature
Yeah,
within 60 feet of you. This is something
Oh,
that you can
okay,
only
okay,
save
okay.
against, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Save.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Wisdom saving throw.
15. Unfortunately,
Oh wait,
not enough.
inspiration. The
Wait.
die.
Use it.
Yeah. What was the dice?
Wait, inspiration lasts
wait,
for
let's use
10
that.
minutes.
Only 10
It's
minutes.
been-
Only 10
It's
minutes.
Okay,
been
okay.
an hour at
It's an
least.
hour. Damn.
Okay,
Is there anything
never
else
mind,
that you can
never mind.
use to help you with this?
No, I don't think so.
You should have beloved.
Beloved inspiration!
You
No.
should have beloved.
Woo!
Okay. Did that refill? Like, cause we used it once.
Every day, once.
Every
per
day, once.
Every
Once
day.
per
Okay.
day.
Every day
Okay.
once.
Yeah, that's why it might be good. You can keep track of it as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do have it. It's just I forget like
It's
when
alright.
it
It's alright.
refills.
Once
What
a day.
is
To be in
what
WoW,
is the
you roll another
What-
wisdom saving.
Just reroll. It's advantage.
Oh,
Yeah.
reroll,
Yeah,
sorry.
Yep.
you get
Pretty
Okay.
much.
Love.
It's
Okay.
WoW! 16.
Plus one.
Plus one. We take those. You hear Siandra's voice creep in the back of your mind as you feel something watching you. You feel her dead eyes on you. And you hear her go. Found you.
shit? Karijin, we need to hurry. I wasn't able to prevent her. She's in my head.
Jin, and by the time the spell would have worn off, he just long striders again for both of them.
Mm-hmm. Expelling all those fucking spell slots. Whatever you can at this point.
And just in case, yeah. it's
Yeah,
safe.
there you go. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. You keep fucking booking it as fast as you can. It'll still take you a few more hours to get there, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
But
Ellie, can you check where they are? How far off are they?
I tried to like contact Featherfall, but unfortunately she's too far away for me. I think. Oh wait, how far are they? Are they 100 feet?
not yet. No, a ways away, unfortunately.
A lot more.
Okay. Okay. Wait. If that's the case, I will cast sending. Fuck, because I
Yep.
need to know. I will cast sending. That's
Okay.
my third. And then I'll tell Asher. She's gaining she's gaining on us. The Lich. She's in my mind. She knows where we are, but we're still heading towards Coneyberry.
You hear Asher reply back. Shit! Fuck! I'm on my way. I cast. Wait, was I able to cast Find Steed before we got clouded all the way over here, or?
We could say that you cast it and then it just turned into a cloud as well. Let's go.
Okay.
Cloud Steed.
Cloud
As,
Steed.
okay. Asher gets on.
Horse
gets on
version
his
of
horse.
Final Fantasy VII. Yes.
Yeah, basically, pretty much. And looks at Featherfall and go. I need you to go find her, really quickly.
Featherfall was also turned into a cloud and just rushes as fast as Featherfall can. And you see Featherfall sort of lock on to a direction and rush ahead of everybody.
I look at Prisma and I go, "On me," as I kind of just ride on towards the direction Featherfall is going.
Following.
Everybody follows. 600 feet. per round. And that is much faster than I expected. Yes. And let me just check something out. Mhm. The connection between you and Siandra disappears, Ellie, as you just keep running and running and running. More minutes pass, but you have made a ways away before she had located you, so you have more time, you assume. The two of you just keep on running for the next hour or so. And during that time, Noxus in his cloud form speaks to the rest of the group and goes, "Once we arrive, what will we do?" Again, I have to insist, do we have a plan?
We could. Can you still teleport us?
Once more.
Neverwinter, what do you think? What do you guys think? I don't want to bring that thing to Phandalin. Hello? Hello?
Neverwinter might be good. Sorry, yeah, sorry, I also got out for a second.
Okay.
Then that is somewhere I am intricately familiar with. The group continues faster and faster and faster as the wind takes you where Featherfall is focusing on, until eventually, after another hour, actually, after half an hour, you arrive in Coneyberry. Then Featherfall turns southwards. You follow, and not more than around 5 minutes later, you see two creatures running in the night. Two silhouettes in the hillside. The party
Over there.
The party flies downwards, and the two of you see Ellie and Kerjin. The two of you see just these wisps of air, these like cumulonimbus clouds just appear downwards and like slam into the ground in front of you.
Oh shit, is that her? Hell.
Can we undo this spell?
It'll take a minute. It'll take a minute.
Somebody goes, "I found you."
I found you. Banishment.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Just roll me a perception check. The two of you, Ellie and Kerjin.
Please be a one. Please be a one.
You see a bunch of regularly shaped clouds and one small one.
Wait, it's midnight,
One.
right? It's midnight.
1/4
Yes,
What?
disadvantage, Kerjin.
Disadvantage.
and
Let's
1/4.
go. Oh, okay.
11 disadvantage.
11.
Kerjin, you're still unsure because who the fuck expects clouds to fall onto the ground? Chicken
Yeah,
Little, probably, but
One of
that's a
I extend an
pull.
arm to
That's a
like
deep
stop
cut.
Ellie
That's a deep cut.
and like sort of defend her.
one of the clouds just rushes straight towards you. It just doesn't even stop.
We're gonna have to make a stand right here.
Wait, do I see?
You-
Because like there's 19.
As you're yes, go ahead, Mart. What you were gonna say?
No, go
Okay.
for it.
As Kerjin stands in front of you in a defensive posture, trying to protect you from whatever these vicious air monstrosities are. One cloud in particular, larger than the rest, swallows you, Ellie,
Oh
Asher
no.
goes for a hug.
Oh.
but with your 19, you hear under your breath,
I'm here. We're here.
With slight relief, she hugs into the cloud and then shouts at Kerjin, "They're here! They're here!"
Here.
It's them. I don't know.
I look
I
back
heard
at Kajin like,
Slowly,
Asher.
the figure of Asher is molded into from the cloud form as you see him, just no eyes, no mouth, just Asher's like haircut, chiseled face, and armor
God.
appear from the cloud as a thumbs up slowly forms like
Well, is it
The moment-
like shining armor?
The moment that they're able to, Prisma is going to surprise hug Kerjin and cast Mass Cure Wounds.
you can't use other actions besides dash during this form. So
Oh,
Oh, during
okay.
this,
yeah, you
the,
can't.
the
so-
moment we're able. To.
Yes, yes. So
Yeah,
after
so
after the
we
minute
need
is
to
up.
take a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
gotcha.
Okay.
Slowly,
I missed
The
you
cloud-
guys too.
the clouds coalesce back into your actual selves as you turn back into your corporeal forms.
Yeah, I do that.
It is then.
We see
Mhm.
Asher forms with his arms around Ellie.
Really? Just okay, fine.
That's okay. That's every little bit counts.
Every little bit counts, man. That's 5-1. That's still not bad. You all breathe a sigh of relief as the party's together once again. Noxus, like, pats off the remaining cloud dust that's on him, and he goes, "Shall we go now?"
why is he here?
We'll explain
Better
later.
We get away from here now.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Anytime you're ready.
Neverwinter it is.
No, split off this time, please.
Didn't
To
really
be
have
fair,
much of
that
a
wasn't
choice.
our choice.
Yeah, that wasn't our fault, man.
It's very
Holy
fair.
shit.
As you all come near Noxus, he goes, "Let us take our leave." He's about to cast the spell
Uh oh.
when something materializes.
He gets
From behind.
counterspelled. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking murder.
Something materializes from the ether. As right behind Ellie, Valindra, Siandra appears, riding a fiery steed. The nightmare you saw from before. That's not what the nightmare sounds like. And no, you know what? It is. It is.
Man,
Decker's a
that
fucking
nightmare has a really
Yes.
dinky dog.
Yes.
Wait,
Dinky voice.
that's why the dog is following us. That's why the dog is following us.
You're right.
That's how
That's
she's been
right.
scrying on
That's
it.
good. That's
Holy
that's
shit.
good thought.
Holy shit!
As-
It's the dog's fault.
Canon.
And in this brief moment, Siandra appears and tries to wrench something from behind Ellie. Ellie, I need you to roll me an athletics check in this moment.
I don't know.
Wait a
I
moment.
react to him.
It isn't
Yeah,
a spell or
are we-
anything. It's
Are we
she literally appeared essentially from like invisibility almost. Ah, shit.
Oh no.
Anything you can do for that?
this isn't an attack, is it?
It technically isn't. There is no harm going to be done. It's she's reaching for something.
No,
Specific.
yeah. Okay, so here's my question.
Mhm.
Because I have the protection
Interpose.
fighting style.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that a thing I could potentially do?
What does protection fighting style do?
Okay, let me read it. Let me post it.
No, not Selwyn. Sorry.
Someone's gonna be there interposed.
Tell us the paladin.
It isn't an attack roll, unfortunately. It's a
That's
it's
what
a
I was
grapple
asking.
check. Is the thing. And as from this burst of flame from behind Ellie.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. Wait.
Yes, if you have anything, use it now.
Anything at all?
Wait.
It appears.
You're gonna get. Oh wait. Can I cast a spell at that moment? No.
What reaction spell are you thinking? Is there a reaction spell that you can cast at the moment?
Oh, it's a reaction spell.
Yeah,
no,
it's-
I don't have one.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, I don't have a reaction spell. Oh. Oh.
Yes. She appeared from out of nowhere, literally. So I'm only allowing reactions at the moment, like protection fighting style dapat, but it's not an attack technically.
Cutting words for a grapple at them.
Yes, you can if you still have bardic inspiration.
I still have 2 left.
Yes, use it. It might help.
Use them all. Use them.
Fuck.
Two. That is unfortunately not enough. As you all turn around and see Siandra appear upon her mighty steed, Noxus quickly completes the spell as Siandra snatches something from Ellie's body. You are all smothered in shadow, and you old fucker, you better not fuck this up. You know this place. Here we go.
Don't you have a circle in the fucking tower?
It takes a minute.
No, that's teleportation circle. But
No. If we
since-
use that, that's what I'm saying. If we use teleportation circle, it's a minute. That's why.
Yeah, it's fine. He rolled enough, and you were all pulled away from danger. Back to the cloak tower. Not within his room, but rather in the very center of the cloak tower's grounds. And you look around, all of you are there. The entire group. No damage done during that time. But Ellie, you look down at your side. Your bag of holding is gone.
Our money.
Oh shit, our stuff!
Our money.
Well, technically, we don't have the money in there.
You don't. You
Technically,
all have your
yeah.
own money. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the where are the diamonds at? Do we have any diamonds in there?
On our person. On our person.
Yeah. You don't keep
I think as far as I know, all of
For
the
cleric.
diamonds is on our person.
Yeah.
Potions,
For cleric.
gold, diamonds are on us.
So what's in the bag?
That's
Wait,
Apart
um,
apart
actually,
from the dread staff, what's
it's-
in the bag?
Honestly, not a lot anymore. It's like other stuff. Wait. There might be one thing that
I think you guys have a document of.
No,
what's
no.
inside. No, you don't. Okay.
Yeah. We don't. No. We don't. We have a document. Yeah.
We don't really have that much there. Yeah.
Like on my end, they're books.
Oh no, my books.
The best backpack you can have.
Here's the thing. I don't know if this is still there. Even there's supposedly spell scrolls, arrows. 4 silver goblets set with moonstones, 1 scroll of Mrs. Step, 1 scroll of lightning bolt, potion of climbing, potion of hill, giant strength, a bunch of gems, jade shards, bottle of poison gas, beaker of black, a lot of Ellie stuff. Sorry, I'm passing over all of them.
Could you send over a link in game discussion just so I can update? I know. But
It's there. I think it's already pinned.
where? Summary game discussion.
Party fun.
Party
Game
fun.
discussion.
It's there. Yeah, 6/12/2020. We've had it there forever.
In the sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay,
There's,
yes.
there's a bag of holding.
Party fund is there. Yeah, there's a
Thank
bag
you,
of
thank
holding
you,
there.
thank you. I got it. But you do lose your bag of holding, Ellie.
The hero's feast bowl is in there.
Yeah, it's there. It's in there. That's the one. That's the one I was like, I'm pretty sure that one's there.
Mm-hmm.
And also the magical soap is in there.
The magical soap!
No,
The
this
Silka! The Silka!
The
You
Silka
did
soap
tell
is in
her
there.
to moisturize.
Actually, he does need that desperately.
Yeah, she does need that desperately.
But
Oh wait, wouldn't have the alarm the band?
she
Yeah,
didn't
Yeah,
open
I-
it.
It's thing?
She didn't open it. She just pulled it away.
Yeah.
So you would know if it was opened, given the
Mhm.
connection of your item.
It doesn't lock it, doesn't it?
It does not. It just
No,
Okay.
it's just
spider webs the
It's-
surroundings.
Sorry, this is like in my head, right? It's a like messenger bag.
Yeah.
She pulls it and Ellie was like got pulled back. Technically, how did that
Yeah.
happen?
Yeah, actually.
It wrenched it free.
It's a messenger bag.
So it
Like-
snapped
like-
the strap
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something?
Essentially.
Like on
is
my
that what,
chest,
what
strap
you're saying?
on my
Okay.
chest.
Essentially.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay,
so
that's
strap-
what I'm asking.
strap
That's what
it
I'm
on.
asking.
Essentially,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay.
But you are all now here in the center of the grounds. A few guards stop and look, seeing the party with Noxus in the center. They're unsure what to do. Some of them raise their weapons, and Noxus raises a hand as well, telling them to stop. And goes, "We are safe for now."
I look at Ellie, I'm like, you okay?
She gives like a long sigh. And then she looks at the bag that was missing. But then she just hits like a realization that she's just glad that she's alive. And then looks at Asher and holds his hand.
He takes yours. And you could feel his hand is shaky as he takes it.
She shakes her head, like no, he's not. He's not. Back there. I would have thought that we would have died.
When I tell you, I've never been more afraid in my entire life. I'm just so relieved.
Unfortunately, she's gotten back her staff. We're in a lot of trouble.
It's alright. Important things we're together. All of us. We'll deal with that problem later.
Yeah, we need to take a rest and well, apologize to the gentleman over there, and then like points towards Brigade.
That's
He
exactly why he had him tag along.
What happened? How did you get away?
And I look at Kirjin, and then like, should I, or should you?
Kerjin's seated at the ground, partially reeling from the poison, and does he still feel the void inside of him?
You do. Like there's something missing. It's a bittersweet feeling because you feel much lighter now. But it sinks into you that perhaps you needed it.
Basically, Kerjin's just on the floor, still breathing heavily, but he is shaking. than normal, as if he's frigid. And can barely answer you at that time. And just mutters, "It's fine. We can, we can talk about that later."
Steve and Selwyn, the two of you immediately notice. And Selwyn sort of like puts up a hand to her mouth as she sees it. The two of you notice that despite the torches now lighting the inside of this tower, Kerjin is without shadow.
Steve just kind of like just stares at it for a while, and then turns to Decad. I know we've had our differences, but I think after whatever has happened to them, I think we all need to at least take the night.
He breathes in deeply. We have spare rooms now. Take one of them. We shall discuss this in the morning.
Thank you.
He walks to his chambers, leaning towards one of the mages that appears, whispering in his ear. The mage sort of like nods in agreement and walks towards you. And with a bit of a confused look, the mage goes, "The Archmage would like you to follow me. I shall bring you to your quarters for the night."
Thank you.
Thank you.
He brings you up one of the towers. There are no stairs on where he brings you. Rather, it is just the sort of like receiving room at the base of one of the spirals of this place. And he points towards a circle in the middle of the ground. "Please, after you."
Steve steps on.
Steve, you... Similar to the number of teleportations that you felt so far today, it sort of like takes you off balance because it is not a natural process. But you find yourself in front of an open door with a few beds inside. A sort of dormitory, it seems. With a similar looking sigil on the ground as to the one that you stepped onto. I assume that one by one, the party follows in Steve's footsteps and arrives in the same area. And you are all able to rest after a long, long day.
As we step off, as we step onto the teleportation thingy, Asher doesn't let go of Ellie's hand, and as soon as they arrive, he kind of just whispers to her. He goes, I don't know how to exactly say this, but do you mind if I stay by your side for the night?
Ellie, like, still holding his hand, squeezes it and nods. That I think that would be better.
He smiles. And as we, bed down, he kind of just like
He gives his face. He is a little bit awkward, as I don't know how big the beds are. I assume they're like single person beds.
They're
Um,
doubles. They're doubles.
They're doubles. They're doubles.
This is the fancy section. This used to be the fancy section of Whenever Winter.
Ah, I see.
A fancy.
We
Ah.
need to push 2 beds for
We need
Asher
to-
to fit into
Yeah,
one bed.
Yeah, I can see it.
There's
I can see it.
there's a moment where they're like, this isn't gonna fit, and he takes like the neighboring bed and kind of just like moves it over to like combine the two.
Ah, Asher needs a Californian King mattress.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
He, I don't want this to be uncomfortable or anything, so the more room the better, I suppose. As he kind of, sits on one side.
Ellie chuckles at this. Just lie down and sleep.
He goes,
Got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
"Aye, we do, I suppose. Sleep well."
Then like she gives a peck to Asher and then like lies down and sleep.
He kind of just faces her all night until he kind of falls asleep. Tries to stay awake as much as he can. Kind of, not really wanting to close his eyes. Eventually he does. But it takes him a while.
Yeah.
The two,
That's
Yeah.
the two of you finally find rest after a harrowing day. What does the rest of the party do?
Prisma is gonna walk the perimeter with nervous energy the entire night until she feels sleepy, then she'll sleep.
Gotcha.
Is this just one room with multiple beds, or do we each get a room?
One room with multiple beds, like a dormitory. Ample space to put your things down, like a double bed for each person. Each room seems to be like a third of the circumference of the tower. So it's more than enough space to handle everybody, to fit everybody. There's also a shower and the bath on the other side of the floor, if you so need it. And if you wanted to walk the grounds, by the way, Prisma, there are no like windows that you can fit out of. There are no doors in the space besides the doors that lead to dormitories. It's really just the circle on the floor that brings you back down to the ground floor, and then you can leave from there.
No, she's just expending. She's just expending energy.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Hi, Bravo.
Bumble.
He wants to go out.
Oh no.
We have going.
There you go, go. You first.
Kejin will just clamber onto bed after cleaning himself with prestidigitation, and even after covering himself with a blanket, he still shivers as much and tries to get more and more and just bundles itself, trying to sleep.
You slowly fall into slumber. A restful one at first, Kerjin. But then you see these glimpses. Not unlike the ones that you felt whenever the echoes took over. and you began to peer into Soul's past. But you see a view. Peaceful and calm, overlooking the city that you once lived in. You look and peer up as your form seems diminutive. And you can barely make out the face of a beautiful dragonborn woman smiling towards you. And you feel this connection to her. Though you've never seen her before, you know that you can trust her. You know that you've loved her your entire life. And as she reaches down to touch your hand and place it on her face, you see the claw is not yours, but it is of a dark dragonborn's, cooing and trying to grasp his mother's own face. And you feel this calm wash over you at first. And you look out over this mountain range once again, overseeing hills and valleys, snow-capped and beautiful. And as you blink once more, you see a different view. No longer the snow-capped valleys of where you once lived. No longer the diminutive form of Soul from years ago. You see flying overhead now, traveling at insane speeds. The hills surrounding the Icespire Peak. Traveling further and further southwest. Soaring high in the sky. As you hear Saul's voice go.
I am free. At last.
And the vision goes away. As the last vision you see is flying overhead the Sword Mountains. Soul, soaring for whatever lies beyond. And whatever he may do so, now that he's separate from you. And dreamless sleep finds you again. What will the rest of the party be doing? Asher and Ellie are asleep. Prisma walks the grounds until she lulls herself to slumber as well. Kerjin dreams of his other half. Further and further away. Steven's press up.
Steve's actually going to just like pull a chair from somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
place it in front of the door, puts his bows in his lap, quiver on his side, just watches for the first half of the night. Watches the door.
You watch the door, half expecting something to burst out and assail your companions. It wouldn't be surprising given what happened in this building just hours prior. You stay there watching for anything, any slight sounds that you may hear just outside of this room that you and your companions are in, until you hear shuffling from behind you and a hand placed on your shoulder. You see Spressa's hand clutching you. Look up to see her face and see her racked with worry as she goes, "How are you?"
Managing, if I'm being honest.
I think we are all trying to do as such. Let me join you. As she pulls up a stool as well and just sits next to you, her hand reaching for yours.
I take it and thread my fingers around hers.
I can't help but think, if Siandra knew that I had the book, and you hear her begin to tear up, would she have taken me from you? Would I have been as lucky as Kenshin and Eliwa? Would we have found each other? After that, against such a foe. And she just looks up, trying to dry her eyes, breathing in and out to calm herself.
My hold on her hand gets still tighter. There's no way in all of the hells I would have let her done that. And even if she did, I would find you.
And I you, my love. We fight forces so much greater than ours at times, but somehow, impossibly so, we rise above it. And yet, I fear for us all the same.
I think it'll be stranger if you didn't.
Hmm.
Don't have to stay up in my stead.
And you don't have to stay up in hours. We are all exhausted, Steve. And whatever decision you make, I will follow you. I shall be with you for as long as you shall need. And she sort of gently reaches for the back of your head, embrace you.
I lean into it and wrap my arms around her as well.
You embrace yourselves for a while, for as long as you would like.
Then it'll quietly just go. Just go ahead, I'll follow soon. Just a few more minutes.
She leans in to give you a kiss goodnight.
And until she, I kiss her back, but as she moves away, he doesn't let go of her hand immediately. And eventually does.
She stands up, looks back towards you before preparing for bed herself, where she lies down, awaiting you by her side. Steve, you
I
know.
stay there for like.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
You first.
I'm gonna stay there for like maybe another half hour before he heads to bed.
As you stand up, focused on keeping you and yours safe, you see Selwyn still awake, quiet, looking out a thin window out into the skyline towards the northeast. There's hurt in her eyes and worry as well, but she tries not to show it and does not notice you there as well, seemingly consumed by her own thoughts.
I won't pry for now. I'll just keep it. I'll keep taking note of it.
Eventually, the entire party finds themselves in bed, in various states of rest, with their beloved, with themselves, but rest nonetheless. As the morning comes, the hustle and bustle of Neverwinter rising up again, though muted this far away from everything, at the northeastern corner of the city. With the party escaping intact, with new knowledge of who their true enemy is. It is now the 29th of the month of Elint. As you all look around the city, you see trees here and there, and those beyond the walls themselves, now almost completely red and orange. Autumn has come. Not all at once, but now, veritably, the seasons have changed. And with it, new bedfellows, new information, new losses of all kinds. On this morning, is there anything the party would like to do as you wake up within the clock tower?
Considering, like, I feel like there's gonna be lots of very big discussions, it might be good that we have Jelly around.
Yeah,
it might
nah,
be
that's
a good
yeah,
point to call it
yeah.
actually tonight. That's a fair point.
yeah.
But with that, everybody, thank you for joining us for a monster of a fucking session. Not gonna lie.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh.
I fucking missed this. Oh my god. So, thank you everybody who tuned in. Thank you to everybody in chat for your time. We hope you enjoyed listening to our story, seeing us make our decisions. However, out there they may be at times, but that's what makes D&D D&D. Again, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you to my amazing players. 69, Sen VTuber, KL Hire, Ishi Tanuki, and Ryuji Raicho. We miss you, Song and Storm. Hopefully you're here for our next session, which will be in 2 weeks if our scheduling doesn't have another mishap. Knock on wood. But see you then for the continuation of our game. Thank you guys so much. I am Redonkulus, the Dungeon Master for this campaign. Goodbye, and engage in some behaviors. Good night, everybody.
Hi, chat.
Everybody.
Hi, YouTube.
Good night.
Hi,
Hi, YouTube.
YouTube.
Bye, YouTube. See you guys.
See ya. 2 weeks.